Please, good sir, I beseech you, as a man of science, nay, as a man of reason, you mustn't stifle my research at this critical juncture. You have no idea how close I am to finding a cure for this blasted pestilence. I need only a handful of live subjects to complete my research. The Plague Doctor's emphatic pleas fell on deaf ears, as a stone-faced researcher took notes on his latest pontifications. The doctor, whom these clods had reduced so rudely to a mere number, SCP-049, banged his gloved fist up against the wall. And to think he once thought of these men as intellectual equals, fellow travelers on the road to scientific enlightenment. What a positively sick joke. Before the doctor got another chance to appeal for his right to experiment, the researcher left him alone once more. A truly sad state of affairs. Nobody appreciated a true scientist in this day and age. It was sure to be another day of languishing alone in his cell, wishing he had the capacity to do more. So he was surprised as anyone when the alarm started going off, and the door of his cell swung open automatically. The Plague Doctor stepped out of his cell and into the hall, where many other humanoid anomalies were roaming, confused as to why they'd been suddenly released. What was happening? As it turned out, what was happening was one of the most brutal Chaos Insurgency raids the staff of Site-19 had ever seen. It had been planned immaculately. You see, guards rotate semi-regularly at Site-19 due to the high-pressure nature of the job. Lots of deaths and mental breakdowns, as you probably correctly predicted. Even the administrative staff of the SCP Foundation are only human. Well, mostly anyway. So they're not immune to little oversights here and there. And it's in those oversights that expertly trained Chaos Insurgency infiltration agents make their living. No less than 15 of them had been working undercover in Site-19 for just over 2 weeks, and they did a fine job of lowering the metaphorical drawbridge for a heavily armed invasion force. The guards who weren't plants were quickly murdered by the infiltrators, and even some of the on-site task forces were quickly overwhelmed and gunned down by the high-precision rifles of the Chaos Insurgency's finest. While the frontliners were distracted by the sudden assault, the infiltrators found their way to the site's security control room and massacred everyone inside. Opening every single door in the site was as simple as putting in a few stolen key codes and flipping a few carefully remembered switches. Consequently, while Foundation agents and Chaos Insurgency mercenaries clashed sabers, high-priority anomalies like SCP-049 simply wandered the facility, watching the calamity unfold within. The Foundation was beset on all sides, shot at by heavily armed maniacs, and attacked from within by the numerous roaming anomalous entities that were eager to get their hands on Foundation personnel. Definitely not an ideal situation, to say the least. The Plague Doctor only had one thing on his mind, though. This definitely won't do my research any good, unless I can escape and find my way to a suitable laboratory. Oh, now there's an idea. But his scientific fantasies were soon interrupted by a Chaos Insurgency soldier swinging the butt of his M4 carbine into his avian exoskull with a supremely unpleasant crack. The doctor was dazed by it momentarily, the pain coming at him like a thunderclap, but the insurgent never got the chance to take another swing. Before the insurgent could do anything, the Plague Doctor lunged out with practiced speed, grasping him by the throat. Immediately, everything went black, and the insurgent's limp corpse collapsed to the ground. Serves him right, the doctor internally mused. Soldiers attacking medics is violating even the most basic rules of gentlemanly warfare. Then another flash of immense pain, as a different rifle butt collided with the back of his head. The doctor fell to one knee, feeling dizzy, but before he could retaliate, he felt the 2 sharp prongs of a cattle prod pressing up against his neck. The sudden rush of electricity surged through his neck, sending his muscles into a wave of involuntary spasms. The insurgents crowding around him chimed in with their own agonizing cattle prods, relentlessly shocking him until the flashes of white-hot pain soon became an oppressive blanket of total dark. Even on his most cantankerous days, the SCP Foundation had never treated him like this. When he eventually came to, he was still in darkness, standing upright, with high-tech shackles holding every limb in place. It was beyond uncomfortable for the poor Plague Doctor.
but it succeeded in the task of keeping him under control. He couldn't move an inch. There were muffled voices beyond the dark, beyond the confines of this new containment. The modulated gas mask voices of insurgents and something else. Faintly accented, oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Soon the voices were replaced by another sound, the grinding of crowbars levering nails out of cheap wood. With a creaking tumble, a rectangle of bright light opened up in front of him, populated by a number of silhouettes. On either side were Chaos insurgents in familiar tactical garb, and in between them stood a tall, well-groomed man with an expensive-looking purple smoking jacket and a pencil mustache. For a few fractions of a second, his face was a portrait of excitement. But as he took in the sight of the Plague Doctor standing before him, all the joy drained from his snooty countenance.
"What the hell am I looking at here?"
the man in the smoking jacket said. The doctor, indignant at such a response from the man who'd presumably ordered his assault, rasped,
"A man of science, good sir."
The man in the smoking jacket ignored him and continued to berate the Chaos insurgents, with an odd level of confidence for someone reprimanding trained cold-blooded killers.
"I wanted SCP-650, the startling statue, not this clownish Ren Fair cosplayer. What the hell did I pay you ruffians for? I was told you Chaos insurgents were the very best at this, and for your hefty price, I expect excellence."
The rant continued much like this, leaving everyone in attendance, the insurgents, the Plague Doctor, feeling thoroughly exhausted by him and unable to do anything about it. You see, this wasn't just any Chaos insurgency client, your average tin pot dictator or arms dealer. You know the type. This was the one and only Pascal Leggett, one of the most famous, or rather infamous, anart collectors in the game. He'd been a founding person of interest for years due to his dealings with the Chaos Insurgency and Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, all to the end of expanding his anart collection. But his vast wealth and connections had always shielded him from Foundation probes. For those unfamiliar with the subculture, anart, short for anomalous art, is exactly what it sounds like. Artistic projects with anomalous properties to give it that extra kick. One of the most popular groups of interest dealing in anart is the iconic Are We Cool Yet?, which, incidentally, had recently excommunicated Pascal Leggett for being an exceedingly wealthy, uptight square who really didn't represent the collective's rebellious ethos. And considering his response was to pay the Chaos Insurgency to raid Site-19 for a few pieces for his own private collection, costing him millions of dollars and both groups many lives, it was safe to say he wasn't taking it well.
"Look, we got you that other statue and that thing killed 4 of our best guys, so how about we just call it even?" said one of the insurgents. "I'm sure you can have fun with bird brain here too."
Pascal tutted and reluctantly dismissed the hired guns. Having the Plague Doctor here definitely wasn't ideal, especially considering he wanted to host the ultimate anart exhibition to put Are We Cool Yet worthless Sommes-nous devenus magnifiques to shame. But he would make do with what he had. Perhaps he could say that 049 was a commentary on the ever-present nature of disease in mankind's life, and our forever archaic approach to it.
Yes, that would do nicely.
Needless to say, the Plague Doctor was infuriated by all this. The violence against his person, the kidnapping, the disrespect, and most of all, the interruption to his precious research, especially considering how close he'd gotten to finding a cure for the pestilence. But instead, he was soon spirited by a legion of heavily armed goons from his wooden box to a glass one in one of Leggett's many opulent hallways. There were other glass cases on either side of him, and more on the other side of the hall, all too reinforced for the Plague Doctor to even smash through it on his own. Damn it. Leggett's own private anart exhibition, probably wedged between his oversized dining room and his jewel-encrusted crapper. Occasionally, Pascal himself would jaunt down the hallway to gaze upon his new stolen anart pieces, and of course the Plague Doctor would try his best to reason with him.
"I am a patient man, Monsieur Leggett, but this is simply barbaric. By what right do you imprison me here? Is your intention to deprive the world, the entire human race, of my valuable medical breakthroughs? Could you live with that on your conscience, good sir?"
There was never any meaningful response. The Plague Doctor soon learned that Pascal Leggett didn't like his art interactive. It was simply meant to languish away in a glass box, being watched, being passively looked at. Those Chaos Insurgency louts hadn't even bothered to bring his notebook or medical bag, so he was without the tools to even perform his experiments. As loathed as he was to admit it, this was even worse than being locked up by the SCP Foundation. But all this wasn't entirely unfamiliar. There was something in the glass box across from the Plague Doctor that he vaguely recognized back from Site-19. He'd never seen it up close, but he'd heard researchers speaking about it, and even seen a few pictures. And such a strange construction it was. A peculiar, haphazard sculpture made from concrete, rebar, and spray paint. Quite ugly, in this humble doctor's opinion, but there was something oddly entrancing about it. And for reasons beyond the doctor's recollection, 4 of Leggett's men stood around the glass box in where it was being stored, always watching. The men were frequently switched in and out, as though they were watching in shifts, always fixing their gaze on its peculiar, malformed body. Maybe it was all the electrical shocks and knocks to the head, but he just couldn't remember why Pascal was having the piece so carefully observed. But he knew on some primal level that the secret to this would perhaps be the key to his own escape. If only he could remember. Still, time passed. Pascal drifted in and out, sometimes with guests. The Plague Doctor had learned not to speak. These animals could not be reasoned with. As a scientist, he would instead carefully observe until his observations bore fruit. He noticed that Pascal's guests, all people who looked equally as wealthy and pompous as Pascal himself, all seemed to look right over him, and instead focus on the ugly statue across the hall, still forever observed by any 4 of Pascal's men. Some of them looked actively nervous, just being in its presence. Curious, the Plague Doctor made a mental note of this, just as he did when Pascal gave his guests a reassuring pat on the shoulder and told them, "Please calm yourself. It's harmless while my personnel are keeping an eye on it." Little by little, the Plague Doctor's memories of his infamous neighbor had begun to return. He knew what he must do to escape. Now all he needed to do was wait for the perfect moment. Soon enough, Pascal's mansion was filled with a bevy of Anart snobs from hither and yon, a private soiree to show off his new collection. They wandered the halls in 3-piece tuxedos and designer ballroom dresses, sipping champagne from imported crystal. All such lovely, refined, high society people. And if the good doctor's plan went off as he intended, they would all be such lovely, refined, high society corpses. The Plague Doctor waited until, mercifully, he and the 4 members of personnel watching the sculpture were the only ones left in the hallway. He'd been so good, so patient, that none of the men guarding the sculpture at present had ever heard him make a noise. He was so invisible to them that, in all likelihood, they probably didn't even notice he could make a sound. And that worked for his purposes just fine. Though in any case, if he wanted this to work, he would need to time his plan perfectly. Even a fraction of a second out of place and the whole thing would have dire consequences. Still, the Doctor was still a Frenchman at heart. And as a Frenchman, he knew he would rather die nobly in the process of escape than remain captured by this worthless buffoon. He'd be sure to take as many of these men down with him in the process as he was able. The Plague Doctor exhaled deeply, drawing a lungful of air, then bellowed as loud as he possibly could. The sudden, unexpected noise was so shocking that it jogged the 4 watchers almost reflexively to turn and look at him. And in the split second that they did, the Plague Doctor closed his eyes. In the dark, time seemed to move slower, perhaps due to the Doctor's keen focus, cultivated over many a century. He listened carefully to the sequence of sounds: glass shattering, 4 choked gasps in sequence, 4 brutal crunches, then nanoseconds later, more glass shattering. The Plague Doctor's eyes snapped open just in time. Just as predicted, the sculpture, being entirely unobserved, had smashed through its glass case, murdering all 4 members of personnel by snapping their necks, and then smashed through his own glass case to do the same to him. The Plague Doctor had cut it so close, in fact, that he opened his eyes to the face of the sculpture staring into his own, its concrete limbs wrapped around his neck. Very good timing indeed. With a sigh of relief, the Plague Doctor slipped out of the sculpture's concrete grasp and back down the hallway, keeping his gaze fixed on the sculpture the entire time. He had heard it decimate Pascal's men. He certainly didn't fancy undergoing the same fate. The second the Plague Doctor backed around the corner, rendering the sculpture, or as the SCP Foundation called it, SCP-173 out of sight, he could hear terrified screaming coming from the other end of the hall. He was not a sadistic man, but the Plague Doctor would be lying if he told you he didn't take just a little bit of pleasure in hearing that sound. Somewhere else in the vast mansion of Pascal Leggett, the sculpture was slaughtering its way through servants and party guests, while the Plague Doctor searched for some kind of exit. Anyone who dared get in his way was given a swift and merciless touch of death, sending their body unceremoniously to the ground. Anyone in his way was preventing him from finding a cure for the pestilence, and thus endangering countless lives. It was, of course, regrettable to have to kill anyone, but some sacrifices must be made for the greater good of mankind. While it's not necessarily always regrettable per se. On his way out while the murderous rampage of SCP-173 seemed to distract anyone of note, the Plague Doctor just so happened to encounter a fleeing Pascal Leggett, hoping to find some kind of escape himself. It seemed that now fate was on his side once more. To have his jailer right here in the palm of his hand would be such a perfect parting gift. Funnily enough, Pascal was far more talkative to him now. He rattled off a rapid-fire series of threats, bribes, and pleas, claiming in the end that he never meant any harm. He was the one who freed the Plague Doctor from the SCP Foundation. They were on the same side here. All this was for the art. No offense was ever intended. Pascal Leggett simply lived for art.
Then die for it, good sir,
the Plague Doctor said. And with a single touch, Pascal's eyes rolled up into the back of his head, and he fell to the ground, dead. It was one of the few non-scientific deaths that he felt truly no guilt for. After some time searching, the screams around the rest of the mansion eventually went silent. That did wonders for his focus. It didn't take long for the Plague Doctor to locate an exit, a fine mahogany door with elaborate adornments befitting a man as gaudy as Pascal, and began strolling towards it, his chest swollen with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Then he blinked, and a few feet in front of him stood the sculpture. It was there so suddenly that the Plague Doctor fell backwards in shock, but he devoted everything to keeping an eye on that monstrosity. With everyone else in the mansion presumably dead at this point, it had now come back for him. It stood there staring silently, ready to exact the terrible price for freeing it as soon as the doctor dared to blink. The Plague Doctor began crawling backwards down the hall, just wanting to put some distance between himself and the sculpture. As the seconds passed, he could feel his eyes drying out until the inevitable blink. The sculpture was standing right in front of him now, gazing down, almost mocking. It had closed the distance so quickly. If the Plague Doctor blinked again, he was sure that his eyes would never open again. All it had to do was wait as the seconds passed, and the doctor began to feel his eyes drying up again. That subtle sting quickly grew into a nagging pain that could not be denied. Sooner or later, he was going to have to. Bang! The front door flew open, and in an instant the hallway was filled with heavily armed troops, all wearing the familiar black and gray of the SCP Foundation. The Plague Doctor had never been so relieved to see the organization that had kept him locked up for so many decades. For once they'd saved him from something even worse. Of course, the sculpture didn't say anything, but the disappointment of losing that one more victim seemed to radiate off of it like a lingering bad smell. The Plague Doctor willingly gave himself up, and heavy machinery was brought in to pick up SCP-173, with the help of the iPods to make sure it didn't try any funny business in transit. Pascal had gotten away with his shady dealings for years, but the brazen attack he funded against Site-19 was now enough for the Foundation to track him down. When his corpse was found in the halls of his own home with no obvious cause of death, we can happily tell you that nobody was disappointed. By the evening, the Plague Doctor was happy to be back in his cell. His research could continue here, and in time he knew that the personnel of the SCP Foundation would listen to reason and comply with his demands. After all, science marches on, regardless of who chooses to march with it. But he would forever feel a little nervous in Site-19 after that, knowing the concrete monster he was sharing the building with. He hoped that if ever there was another containment breach involving that thing, that it didn't feel like paying him a visit for old time's sake. A group of well-armed Mobile Task Force members entered the containment chamber, armed to the teeth. Some faced the ground, droplets of sweat dripping onto their visors. Some wore Dr. Dan's infamous scramble goggles, and one particularly brave member of personnel wielded only a bag. The room they were currently standing in was perhaps the most dangerous place in the world. Why? Because it contained two terrifying titans of the anomalous world. SCP-682, the infinitely hateful, hard-to-destroy reptile, and SCP-096, the Shy Guy, the ultimate mindless killing machine. And if the very idea of having them in the same place doesn't feel risky enough, the deadly duo had just spent 27 hours in one of the most brutal brawls imaginable. And incidentally, fights like this are exactly why we're here today. We cover a lot of SCPs on this channel, and we've seen the way some of the most dangerous anomalies out there can tear their way through civilians and trained Foundation MTF operatives with ease. But how do they fare against monsters, maniacs, and reality benders their own size? With the help of the SCP Explained audience, we're going to explore theoretical fights between some of the anomalous world's biggest badasses. And who better to get this show on the road than two of the most iconic and deadly monsters that haunt the halls of a Foundation containment site near you. The hard-to-destroy Reptile and the Shy Guy are household names for anyone familiar with the SCP Foundation. And before we get into the gruesome results of their first fight, and your theories about how a potential rematch might play out, let's get to know the combat prowess of this pair of nasty customers. What kind of damage are they capable of taking and inflicting? Spoiler alert, it's a hell of a lot. In this corner, we have SCP-682, a monster whose ability to survive seemingly anything is only equaled by its terrible attitude towards pretty much everyone and everything around it. Though, to be fair, you'd probably be a little grumpy too if the SCP Foundation was constantly trying to murder you in different ways, rather than just keeping you contained. 682's basic offensive power set involves impressive strength, speed, intelligence, and the aid of its deadly fangs, claws, and tail. However, 682 is considerably stronger after it's just survived and regenerated from a termination attempt. That's because the true combat asset of 682 is and always has been its adaptability. Specifically, if some kind of attack brings 682 into a state of near death, but doesn't finish the job, 682 will generally either develop a perfect defense or counteroffensive for that attack or somehow add a version of the attack to its own arsenal. This has ranged from super pressurized jets of its own blood, dangerously radioactive banana beams firing out of its mouth, and even an incapacitating laughter blast gained from an encounter with the adorable SCP-999. It is an absolute Swiss Army knife of dangerous anomalous powers and abilities. And if you need any further proof of that, check out our multiple videos on all the ludicrous failed attempts to kill this nightmare lizard. And in this corner, we've got SCP-096 the Shy Guy. While 682 is freakishly adaptable, in most situations SCP-096 is pretty much unstoppable. This long, gangly creep will murder anyone who sees even the tiniest glimpse of its face, with such ferocity that not even a trace of the body will remain. It does this by entering what many call its rage state, activated by the sudden immense distress of its face being seen. When it enters this state, the SCP Foundation has only one prerogative: get themselves and anyone else out of its way, because you will not stop this thing until it's killed its target. All the SCP Foundation has ever been able to do is wait until after the target has been obliterated, and then come in to bag its head when it enters its docile state. Almost nothing else has even successfully slowed it down. While they have been capable of damaging its flesh, the monster's skeleton seems to be utterly indestructible, and its damaged flesh has proven consistently able to grow back. The monster seems to be immune to everything from pain to cold, and moves at such a speed that it's pretty much impossible to escape for long. So when you factor in an indestructible body, immense strength, immense speed, and an unstoppable urge to kill anyone who sees its face, you're looking at a formidable opponent. It's only natural that the Foundation would want to use 096 in their 682 cross tests. So what exactly happened when the Mobile Task Force entered the room after this first epic battle? What did they find inside the chamber in the grisly aftermath? SCP-096 lay crumpled in the corner, wheezing, scared, covered in its own blood. 682 was barely recognizable. 096 had reduced it to a quarter of its original size, the rest having been utterly torn to shreds. Both had narrowly survived the encounter, but it was an epic battle neither of them would ever forget. Though this was especially true for SCP-096. You see, as we alluded to earlier, SCP-682 is used to taking a kicking at this point. It hasn't ever truly been killed, but it's been beaten, eaten, burned, zapped, and smashed within an inch of its life more times than you can count. 096, on the other hand, was not used to not being able to utterly eliminate its prey. While it is impossible to speculate what's going on inside SCP-096's mind, All evidence points towards getting a draw in this battle, seriously damaging SCP-096's confidence. Now, every time Foundation personnel tries to bring 096 into 682's containment chamber, he begins crying and scratching at his own face. Why? Is he scared of 682? Is he humiliated, thinking of the fight he wasn't able to win? Or is the very idea of someone seeing his face and him not being able to immediately kill them just too unbearably stressful? Seeing as the Shy Guy's mouth is only good for two things and neither of them are for talking, we'll never truly know. But either way, it's clear that 096 has no interest in a rematch. But what if that changed? What if 096 realized that it was wasting its potential? It managed to get SCP-682 3/4 of the way to death last time. What could stop it from getting that last quarter? Sure, nothing has ever killed SCP-682 before, but there's a first time for everything, right? Maybe 096 would have a Rocky-style training montage where he rebuilds his confidence and becomes the underdog he was always meant to be. He'd walk right up to that big nasty reptile and give him the rematch of the century. What would happen then? Now we give the floor to you, the loyal viewers of SCP Explained. Here are some of your thoughts, theories, and opinions on a potential historic rematch between these two creeps. Let's get ready to rumble! I really wanted an excuse to say that. Ooh, I really like saying that. Pingu with an axe said, if 682's adaptability is based around his ability to develop countermeasures to any damage inflicted, or in the case of 173, a countermeasure to the cause of said damage, I imagine 682 would turn his skin entirely reflective, causing 096 to see his own face and the feedback loop would break his mind. Interesting. Whether this would work is all dependent on whether SCP-096 can actually see, or if it is merely capable of psychically intuiting when someone else sees its face. If the latter is true, then this particular adaptation wouldn't do much good for SCP-682. Random user said if this is after their first cross-test and they were forced to interact again, they wouldn't attempt to fight each other. I feel like they'd form a truce and take out the researchers on site. Yeah, this would be one of the worst-case scenarios. Whether even the SCP Foundation could handle a simultaneous 682 and 096 breach without bringing in Hammerdown is an open question. Ramon Vonkin said, simple, after the first encounter when 096 stopped attacking 682, 682 will grow eyes that filter out 096's face the next time. Organic scramble goggles. Dr. Dan would be fuming with jealousy. Coop Sater said, I really want SCP-096 to win, so I'm sending him a blind personal trainer so he can beat the snot out of SCP-682. This is exactly the kind of help SCP-096 needs. He's got the rage, endurance, and strength. With a little help getting his form and technique in order, he'd be an even more formidable opponent. Kyoto Ryo said, I'd like to imagine 096, after playing with 682 for so long, would try to eat 682 in a vain attempt to kill it, only to gain 682's abilities and vice versa. Either of these options would be horrifying. SCP-096 with 682's abilities or 682 with 096's abilities would likely be a truly perfect killing machine. That's terrifying. Autumn said, what if they just shared a nice cold drink while playing Mario Kart? I'm sure 096 would be the white Shy Guy character in every race. Personally, we love this idea, and we think 682 would go for Bowser. I personally go for Luigi. Ibrahim Timur said, 682 would win eventually. It's way more intelligent, adaptive, and overall malicious, while 096 acts just on instinct. This is undeniably a good point. What 682 lacks in sheer savagery, it makes up for in its ruthless calculating intelligence. Could this give it the edge over 096? Monomoy Mukherjee said, that fight would be interesting because both of them now know how they attack and what their attacks are. Nice segue. Due to the relatively mindless nature of 096, as far as we're aware, it's probably unable to learn from experience. 682, however, would have the advantage of knowing how 096 operates in the second battle. Devon Smith said, as much as I'd like to see how this would play out, I imagine 096 can't manage more than other SCPs have in the past. Not to downplay him, but he might need some extra friends to do a whole lot more damage. It's undeniable that going in with tag team partners would better 096's chances of taking the lizard down. However, due to SCP-096's shyness and tendency to kill everyone and everything that looks at him, he doesn't have many friends looking to volunteer. Ninetales said, 096 will cry in the corner while 682 starts attacking it. Eventually, it gets confused that 096 isn't fighting back after an hour and begins to adapt to it and becomes docile forever. Okay, look, while it's unlikely that this would happen, it's certainly nice to imagine, isn't it? Adam Britton said, narratively it needs to conclude with a reason to never try it again. So I'm going to say that 682 will telepathically project the image of 096 into the site staff or the entire human psychospace. Ugh, yikes. This is a possibility so terrifying and honestly plausible that it's making us regret wanting to see this rematch altogether. Chaos Insurgency said, I think 682 would just think, for damn sake, just leave me alone. Given he's been through more termination attempts than SCP-5031 can count on its fingers, who could blame him for getting a little frustrated? Michael Porter said, I think that 682 and 096 would take each other to court for aggravated assault against the other. Either one of them will get sentenced to death and will unsurprisingly not die, or the two team up to kill the entire courtroom and they walk out as a new serial killing team. The real question is what kind of lawyers would represent a pair of murderous, anomalous monsters in court? Better call Saul. Ari Workman said, maybe if we try being nice to them for once, we can offer them a cup of tea and get them both a therapist. 682 will talk all his hate away and then realize his wrongdoing and become an activist. And 096 would become very confident about his face and become a model. There, problem solved. Hey, when people strive towards self-improvement, we're all winners. But we don't know if we can say the same for 682 and 096. Even if this rematch ever did happen, perhaps it'd be just another draw. An unstoppable force against an immovable object. But other matchups may be more clear-cut. What kind of versus battles would you like to see us cover in the future? What SCPs would you really love to see duke it out? Let us know in the comments, and keep an eye out on the community posts in order to throw in your anomalous 2 cents for our next versus battle. Somehow, most likely through some nefarious means, a fateful postcard has been sent to one of the residents of the murky, mysterious Araniram Island. Living on this particular island was already a strange and scary enough existence, given the horrors the inhabitants of Anariram share their home with. But perhaps the only thing just as horrible as life on that island was being sent a postcard. Sure, that doesn't sound all that horrible. Postcards are usually used to show a corner of the world far away and extend well wishes from friends or relatives on vacations. But ordinarily, postcards don't depict a photo of SCP-096 with the words, "Wish he was there," scrawled on the other side. From its containment cell at the SCP Foundation, the Shy Guy instantly sensed that somebody, somewhere, had seen a picture of its face. Breaking down into an enraged fit of homicidal insecurity, SCP-096 immediately broke from its containment chamber and made a cross-country beeline, heading straight for Araniram at anomalously accelerated speeds. Little did the creature or the Foundation know that the Shy Guy was being led straight into a trap, and the poor island resident who had received the chilling postcard, well, they were unlucky enough to be the bait. While the SCP Foundation started frantically trying to track down where it had gone, the Shy Guy had already made its way to a wooden cabin belonging to the unfortunate postcard recipient. Emerging from the now emptied home once the owner was no more, SCP-096 would have returned to his cell just as quickly as he left. That is, if he wasn't the only monstrous creature on the island. A loud and sudden noise caught the creature's attention, the sound of an old steam train whistle. It rang out once more, from somewhere off in the distance, but there was so much thick fog hanging in the air around Araniram that it was almost impossible to see anything, especially with how dark it was. The second time the whistle sounded, it was closer, but there was another sound too, and not the loud chugging of a steam engine that you would expect. It was an erratic, heavy thudding, the noise of lots of somethings drumming against the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. Legs. They were the steps of multiple huge legs, crawling across the surface of the island, heading straight towards SCP-096. A third piercing whistle rang out, even closer still. This time, the orange glow of a light could be seen, dulled by the surrounding fog, but getting brighter and clearer as it came closer. The light was casting shadows against the dark fog, long, spindly shapes of spidery appendages, until before the Shy Guy's eyes, a creature of pure nightmares came bursting out of the fog. It was a monstrous sight, even to SCP-096. Its body was the red front engine of an old-fashioned steam train, hoisted off the ground by 4 pairs of enormous black, spindly, spider-like legs that propelled the beast forwards at a terrifying speed. Able to move without the limitations of needing to follow a railroad track, the monster was barreling towards SCP-096 with a twisted smile on its grotesque face. At the front of the locomotive was its circular face, with its unnaturally white eyes and a mouth that sported rows of razor-sharp teeth, all covered in blood. This hellish abomination, a being that was part steam engine and part giant spider, was the terror of Aranirum himself, the carnivorous CHOO Charles. Seeing Charles racing towards them on its 8 spider legs would be enough to make anyone freeze up and stop in their tracks out of sheer terror, and SCP-096 was compelled to do the same. Except the terrifying train creature's pale eyes were looking directly at the Shy Guy. As Charles sized the anomaly up as its next meal, he was looking at it, and that meant SCP-096 had to kill him. The question was, how could it? How could the skinny, spindly humanoid hope to even fight something like CHOO Charles? He was much bigger, even more fearsome, but as quick as Charles could move on his spidery legs, he was not faster than SCP-096. In the blink of an eye, the Shy Guy raced off shrieking and sobbing in despair, leaving Charles to continue roaming his island territory in search of other human inhabitants to terrorize. SCP-096 had retreated to some nearby woods, quick enough to move out of Charles's path somewhere it could hide, for now. But the Shy Guy could feel a familiar, painful feeling, almost pulling him back towards CHOO Charles, right back into harm's way. SCP-096 possessed an inescapable compulsion to kill anyone who looked at its face, and that seemed to include horrifying part train, part spider hybrids. It was a fact of the Shy Guy's very existence. He had to go after whoever looked at him and make them pay. In fact, it took all the creature's own strength not to instantly rush back over to Charles to try. SCP-096 knew that if it did, then there was little chance it would survive coming face to train face with the terror of Aranirum. However, while it was watching CHOO Charles from a safe distance, seeing him crawl across the landscape on his multiple legs, that SCP-096 noticed something. It was another light obscured by the fog, but this one was much higher up. One could almost mistake it for the moon, if it wasn't getting closer, all the while accompanied by the sound of whirring rotors. While the Shy Guy had been evading CHOO Charles, the SCP Foundation had been tirelessly trying to track down its location, and now they'd found their runaway anomaly here on Aranirum Island. As the chopper carrying the mobile task force drew nearer, the tyrannical train turned and took notice. To SCP-096, the Foundation's arrival could have meant a way home and away from the spidery steam engine. But to Charles, the approaching chopper meant only one thing: a new source of food. "Captain!" One of the MTF troops aboard the chopper called over his headset. "What is it? Do we have eyes on SCP-096? The captain replied before realizing what he'd said. "Well, not eyes on, because then it would have jumped up onto the chopper and killed us all. I mean, is there any sign of SCP-096 on the island?" "Negative, sir, although you should probably see this," the soldier replied. Begrudgingly, the captain unbuckled himself from his seat and snatched the Foundation operative's binoculars, using them to look down at Aranirum below. It didn't take him long to spot the massive, multi-legged monstrosity that was CHOO Charles, who had fallen still, waiting for the chopper to descend low enough for him to reach. "Good gravy, what on earth is that thing?" the captain exclaimed, before taking another look through the binoculars. "Is that? Wait, what is an instance of SCP-2086 doing out here?" SCP-2086 was an infamous anomalous species the Foundation had encountered before. Much like Charles, they were anthropod-like creatures with multiple long legs that protruded from a body resembling a man-made mode of transport. However, SCP-2086s usually took on the appearance of buses while in vehicle form. Sir, I don't think that's an SCP-2086, the lookout replied. To me, it looks more like an instance of SCP-3023. Impossible, all the way out here? The captain retorted. We're nowhere near the region where the anomaly occurs. It could have scurried its way from Germany and taken nest here, sir, the trooper responded. Yet another anomaly that CHOO Charles bore a striking resemblance to. SCP-3023 was a rare phenomenon that was known to occur at random, but was limited to a specific area of central Germany. The effect of this phenomenon caused ordinary, everyday, inanimate objects of any shape or size to suddenly turn into aggressive spiders, sporting 8 legs that grew from whatever was affected by SCP-3023. Perhaps CHOO Charles was indeed an instance of SCP-3023, or some distant evolutionary offshoot of SCP-2086. It was hard to say for sure. The only thing for sure was that Charles was a man-eating beast, more so than an insidious villain. And being so highly territorial, he considered the entire island of Aranirum to be his natural habitat and his hunting ground. Anything that arrived in his vicinity was prey to the terrifying train, and his ravenous craving for human flesh meant he was ready to attack the descending SCP Foundation chopper. All right, let's go, go, go! The MTF captain called to his troops, signaling them to start rappelling out of the helicopter and down to the island. Keep your scramble goggles on max, we still need to recapture 096, but first priority is taking down this big ugly beast! Wearing goggles specifically designed to distort the Shy Guy from their view, the team began abseiling out of the aircraft, but CHOO Charles was already waiting for them. Rearing back on its 4 back legs, the nightmarish train spider swiped at the descending MTF operatives. What first seemed like an instinctive, uncoordinated assault quickly became precise and relentless strikes as Charles sliced through some of the cables the MTF troops were using to rappel down. Their lifeline cut, the unlucky Foundation operatives plummeted from mid-air, right down towards where the terror of Aranirum was waiting for them to fall. A few of the MTFs made it to the ground alive, and immediately began retaliating against CHOO Charles. The gunfire from their weapons flickered all around the carnivorous creature, but their bullets could barely chip the red paintwork on his steam-train body. Dashing towards his helpless human prey on his many legs, Charles began to feast. Then suddenly, something started pulling at one of his huge spider legs, pulling Charles back moments before he had a chance to claim his latest victim, the captain of the Foundation's MTF. It was SCP-096, having zipped out of hiding and shrieking wildly as it used all of its strength to wrench one of CHOO Charles's multiple limbs. Angered that it couldn't reach the MTF captain, the part spider, part train hybrid stomped the leg that was being pulled in a successful attempt to free itself from the Shy Guy's grip. But in the same instant, SCP-096 used its anomalous speed to reappear in front of the already angered locomotive monster. With his railroad rage about to reach its breaking point, Charles entered into a relentless rampage, making quick work of the leftover MTF troops before setting his sights squarely on SCP-096. But doing that was his biggest mistake. Now CHOO Charles had seen the Shy Guy twice, and to the insecure anomaly, that meant Charles had to go. Traveling faster than even the multi-legged monstrosity could perceive, SCP-096 began racing towards CHOO Charles's many legs. The Shy Guy had realized that it didn't stand a chance of dealing with the terror of Aranirum the same way it handled all the others that had seen its face. So instead, it had settled on a new approach, specifically tailored to taking down the spider-legged steam engine. One by one, SCP-096 started knocking Charles's many legs out from underneath him, effectively tripping him up over and over again. The Shy Guy moved so quick that the cumbersome Charles could barely react in time, having one leg after the other knocked out from beneath him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Normally, CHOO Charles was smart enough to retreat if he encountered something that could fight back. If he was injured badly enough, the spider-like creature would scuttle out of harm's way in order to heal his wounds. But the rage at being constantly tripped up by SCP-096 was distracting Charles from the Shy Guy's true ploy. With every leg it knocked out from underneath the spidery steam train, SCP-096 had been gradually directing Charles towards a nearby gorge. With a terrifying burst of anomalous speed, the Shy Guy caused CHOO Charles to topple over sideways. rolling over himself until he landed upside down in the bottom of the rocky gorge. The multi-legged locomotive monster's spindly legs flailed desperately as he tried to reposition himself, but with no luck. SCP-096 had managed what first seemed to be impossible and beaten the terror of Araniram, CHOO Charles. Or, for now, at least. You're a member of an elite mobile task force, tracking down an anomaly in a rural village somewhere in the Swiss Alps that was recently detected by SCP Foundation field agents. According to all the current intel, you're dealing with a particularly deadly and hard-to-contain monster, a shape-shifting entity that can kill with a touch and assume the form of anyone it kills. If this thing somehow escaped the village and broke into a major population center, it could blend in perfectly and cause death on a massive scale. It's up to you and your team to get this creature secured and contained before that can happen. You're going in heavily armed, with advanced sensory technology and several attack helicopters, each one loaded with plenty of powerful missiles. One way or another, you're putting a stop to this thing. But the best laid plans of Mobile Task Force agents go often awry. The mission is a bloodbath. The shape-shifting anomaly has blended in perfectly with the innocent civilians living in the village. Before you know it, half of your team have been killed, and you don't know which of the remaining team members are really themselves. This really couldn't have gone worse, and if you mess this up, not only is your life at risk, but so are the lives of everyone this anomaly happens to get close to. All of your superiors were killed or transformed in the battle with the shapeshifter, and you're now sitting at the top of your MTF's chain of command. The way you see it, there's only one option. You radio up to air support, alerting the several attack choppers circling the village. You tell them to rain fire and destroy the whole place. That's the only way to be sure to take out the anomaly. Things have gone beyond the point of easy containment. You sprint past the village limits as the volley of missiles and firebombs raze the formerly quiet settlement to the ground. Other than the task force members and the helicopters, you're the only survivor. Over 320 people are dead. But on the upside, the remains of the shape-shifting anomaly were found amongst the rubble by Foundation personnel. You prevented whatever horrors it would have caused if it had been allowed to escape. Mission accomplished. But it's not over yet. When you solemnly return to the containment site you've been deployed from, your superiors order you to go pay a visit to Conference Room 2. You correctly assume that it's some kind of disciplinary meeting, maybe the site director chewing you out for shoddy work, but ultimately congratulating you for doing what needed to be done under pressure. After all, making the tough decisions is what working for the SCP Foundation is all about. But when you arrive in the conference room, you're sitting across from a woman you've never seen before. She's tall, with hard, stern-looking features and a plain but well-tailored suit. Despite being a hardened soldier on the Foundation payroll, something about this woman makes you nervous. She smiles and says, "Hello, I'm with the Foundation Ethics Committee. We need to have a word." For reasons you don't quite understand, you start to break into a cold sweat. The Ethics Committee? I thought they just existed to scare Foundation employees. I didn't know they had actual authority. But that's where you made a terrible mistake. And from the tight smile on the agent's face, you can tell that the Foundation Ethics Committee has a lot more power than you've ever imagined. Perhaps you know them from the jokes that float around the Foundation circles. How many members of the Ethics Committee does it take to change a light bulb? None. The Ethics Committee can't change anything. Perhaps you heard about the O5 Council's disdain for them. Those bureaucratic pencil pushers with all their rubber stamps and red tape. The jokes don't seem so funny now, though. The Ethics Committee representative clears her throat and tells you that you've been reassigned, effective immediately. You're now under the employ of the Foundation Ethics Committee, and this change is non-negotiable. You try to state your case in blind panic. Part of you thinks that being reassigned to the Ethics Committee after the mistake you just made is code for being taken into a windowless room and shot in the back of your head. But the agent insists that really isn't the case. The Ethics Committee hates codes and euphemisms. They don't say terminated, they say killed. Because at the Ethics Committee, clarity of language is extremely important. They don't sanitize any horrific acts that need to be performed for the sake of containment. After all, it's their job to look these horrors in the face and give the final yes or no on whether they're carried out. As you may know, the SCP Foundation is essentially above all external law. No government, no organization, and no individual can tell them what to do. The 13 members of the O5 Council have almost unlimited knowledge at their disposal, as well as technology that the rest of the world could only ever dream of. With a setup like that, it would be easy to give in to corruption and go mad with power. If they wanted to, they could abandon their mission of protecting humanity from the shadows and instead rule the world with an iron fist. That's where the all-important role of the Foundation Ethics Committee comes in. As Uncle Ben once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Just as the O5 Council wields the power, the Ethics Committee wields the responsibility. They remind the whole organization that they are here to serve the world, not the other way around. Think of them as the conscience of the SCP Foundation. They decide what's morally acceptable for the Foundation to do in pursuit of its goals, to make sure that those who fight monsters don't become monsters themselves. As Nietzsche famously said, if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. Right now, you very much feel like you're staring into the abyss as the Ethics Committee representative calmly explains the situation to you. An important thing to remember about the Foundation is that it must be cold, not cruel. The second that the harm it causes is in excess of the positive results of the Foundation's actions, it's time for the Ethics Committee to step in and dole out some discipline. It is the Ethics Committee's job to balance the moral cost of every action performed by the Foundation, from the degree of collateral damage permissible in the field to the ways that D-classes can be ethically used in testing. While some hardcore Foundation loyalists may say that people like the Ethics Committee are standing in the way of true progress, giving yourself wholly to the mission without any ethical safeguards can be a dangerous line to walk. At that point, what's separating the Foundation from the Global Occult Coalition or the Chaos Insurgency? Or even worse, their nightmarish alternate selves from the universe of SCP-1730 and SCP-5000. While the Foundation occasionally needs to do some truly horrific things in order to secure, contain, and protect, it is the Ethics Committee that keeps them on the moral high ground. All of this seems pretty complicated to you as you sit, still fearing for your life in Conference Room 2. The Ethics Committee agent explains that it's actually all quite simple once you get used to it. The Ethics Committee uses a moral framework known as utilitarianism. Think of it like the product of morality and math. Specifically, the committee uses an ethical system known as negative utilitarianism. This system revolves around the principle of harm reduction. The committee tries to modify every action taken to cause the least amount of possible suffering in a situation, the goal being to eliminate any unnecessary suffering from action. Take your decision, for example, the Ethics Committee representative says. Your actions, namely the destruction of the village, caused a great deal of suffering. However, considering the damage the anomaly could have caused after your team lost control of the situation, it's clear that your motivation was ultimately pure harm reduction. I admire that kind of thinking in a high-pressure situation. You feel a cool wave of relief wash over you. It feels safe to assume at this point that this probably isn't just a big front for your immediate termination. The agent sitting across from you seems to sense that that's what you're thinking, and assures you that she's being nothing but honest with you. The Ethics Committee has no need to be petty. They know everything, after all. And that's not an exaggeration. Their clearance is basically the equivalent to Level 5, the highest in the Foundation. Every line ever redacted from an SCP Foundation file they were privy to. Every secret the Foundation has ever kept, they have absolute access to. And every decision the Foundation has ever made, the Ethics Committee has always had the final say, with veto power even over the O5 Council. And most importantly, all members of the Ethics Committee are former Foundation personnel, site directors, researchers, mobile task force operatives, all people whose decisions have caused pain and death. Much like jury duty, the responsibility is random and non-negotiable. What you're experiencing right now isn't a normal disciplinary hearing. It's an employee orientation. The cruel irony for a department of the Foundation devoted to ethical conduct, is that it's actually complicit in pretty much all of the Foundation's worst moral crimes. After all, every action that the Foundation has ever performed has been performed with the permission and cooperation of the Ethics Committee. Take the infamous Procedure 110 Montauk, used to prevent the victims of SCP-231 giving birth. The Ethics Committee had a key role in designing the horrific procedure, and now they have to live with the soul-crushing knowledge of exactly what that procedure entails. And soon, you will too. Just one of the many perks of joining the committee. It isn't the easiest job, the representative tells you. She's got the steely blank eyes of someone who has seen some things that people were never meant to see. She continues, "Before we conclude the first part of your orientation, I suppose I should tell you about the Sowing Circle. That'll give you a good idea of what you're in for." She tells you that the Sowing Circle was the anomaly discussed in the 2017 Ethics Committee Roundtable. It's an anomaly so secretive that it was never given an official containment number or classification, but it was proposed as a solution to one of the Foundation's most nightmarish problems: the shortage of human infants. It is an ugly truth about the Foundation that a decent number of anomalies, such as SCP-2845 the Deer, require the sacrifice of live children as part of their containment procedures. For years, the Foundation has been stealing children from orphanages for the use in these rituals, but the Sowing Circle could solve this problem. It was a mummified human corpse, wreathed in a circle of its own dried-out intestines. The mummy produced seeds which, if consumed, could allow human women to produce litters of 12 babies with an 8-hour gestation period, like the litters of a sow, hence the name. This would solve the baby shortage handily. It was the job of the Ethics Committee to decide what would be the most ethical way to use this anomaly. In the end, despite their own personal moral disgust at the actions, their philosophy of harm reduction led them to one conclusion: using the device to impregnate already brain-dead patients, effectively turning them into comatose infant factories whose only purpose was to be used in horrific containment procedures. But ultimately, the sacrifice would pale compared to the pain averted, seeing as millions, if not billions, would be under threat from some of these entities being released. Not that this makes the knowledge of what needs to be done any easier to handle on a personal level, but of course after what you did at the village, you know this feeling all too well already. The pain and the guilt you felt at making that decision is going to follow you your whole life. And now, you're about to have countless more experiences piled on top. It's your burden, your duty, your job. The Ethics Committee agent forces a weak smile. She says, "Of course, nobody said the job was easy, but somebody needs to do it." There's never a good day for a supervillain attack or a tense feud with your closest sibling. And for the mighty THOR, this day was turning out to be both. As the self-proclaimed strongest Avenger flung his body across the planet Earth using his trusty magical hammer, Mjolnir, the Asgardian steeled himself for yet another confrontation with his evil half-brother, Loki, the god of mischief. As per usual, Loki was terrorizing the humans of a random city, using his illusions to manifest imaginary dragons and other ferocious beasts. And what was also usual is Thor had no idea what his brother's motive or endgame was. All the God of Thunder knew was that this kind of trickery-dickery would not be stood for. While these terrible creatures weren't real, they were still very frightening to the Earthlings. Civilians were running around in every direction away from Loki, and this was causing all kinds of chaos and traffic disturbances. Regardless of what Loki's plan was, Thor knew that his brother had to be stopped before things escalated further. On Earth, humans needed to rely on vehicles to get around, and even the slightest inconvenience in transportation could lead to disaster. Thor touched down in the same city square where Loki was unleashing his horde of make-believe monsters, landing in a classically cool superhero way. "Hello, brother," Thor proclaimed. "I don't suppose you'll be stopping this without a fight." Loki smiled a mischievous smile and replied,
"Ah, Thor, we meet again. And once again, you're wrong. I can stop this any time I want."
Loki swiftly moved his hand through the air, casting a new spell to dismiss his diabolical decoys. The illusions dispersed naturally, and soon the two brothers were facing each other one-on-one.
"See?"
Loki chuckled. Thor was rightly confused by his brother's unpredictable actions.
He pointed Mjolnir towards Loki in an accusatory manner.
No illusions, no sorcery. What are you really playing at, Loki? Said Thor.
And then Loki reached into his robes and produced an unusual cube-shaped object. As his good brother was all too aware, this particular cube was the latest in a long line of mysterious and powerful cubes that Loki had used for his various evil plans. Loki juggled the unknown cube from one hand to the other, then waved it in the air in front of Thor and began to laugh maniacally. All I need to do is open this ancient box of mysteries, and I'll become completely unstoppable.
Don't you dare do it, Loki, Thor shouted. That sort of power will be misused in your hands.
That's precisely the point! Loki continued to laugh, then reached for what appeared to be the lid of the cube. He grabbed the top of it and made a show of beginning to twist. This sent Thor's heroic instincts into high gear, and he threw Mjolnir at the cube, knocking it out of Loki's grasp. As the cube flew away from the grinning villain, Thor dove to retrieve it before his brother had the chance. He soon held the strange item in one hand while calling Mjolnir back to the other. As Thor stared at the cube, pondering its purpose, Loki stretched out his hands in desperation.
Oh, no, not my cube! If you open it now, my plan is doomed!
Loki pleaded. Thor responded with a laugh of his own.
Nice try, brother, but I'm going to open it.
And so the God of Thunder did. Thor popped the cube's lid and braced himself for whatever cosmic force was about to be released, but for some reason, nothing happened. Still curious, Thor took a cautious look inside. As it turned out, the only thing within this apparently non-magical cube was what appeared to be a fully developed photograph.
What in Odin's name is this?
Thor removed the image and held it close to his face. It appeared to depict an emaciated, pale humanoid with long, spindly limbs standing in the corner of a compact room with smooth metal walls. In all his many years traveling the 9 realms, Thor had never seen anything like it. Whatever the creature actually was, it certainly did not look happy. Of course, what Thor was actually looking at was a photo taken of SCP-096 inside of its containment unit at the Foundation. The Shy Guy, as its nickname suggested, did not like having its face looked at, even via secondary means, such as photography or video recording. The anomalous humanoid sense of shame about its own appearance was so great that a mere moment after Thor fixed his Asgardian eyes upon its visage, SCP-096 began to stir in its containment unit. The creature wailed and covered its face with both of its hands on its long, sinewy arms. It screamed and carried on for a duration of 2 minutes, after which point SCP-096 sprinted towards the steel walls of its containment unit and smashed through. Reaching speeds greater than most motor vehicles, SCP-096 began to zero in on Thor's location. As was always the case when another being saw its face, the Shy Guy was compelled to utterly annihilate the offending observer with its bare hands. Thor himself had no idea that SCP-096 was en route and continued to squint at the photograph, perplexed by the mysterious entity depicted therein. Loki now resumed his mad laughter because once more, he had managed to trick his foolish brother into falling for one of his ingenious schemes. "Make sure to get a good look, brother," Loki gloated. "Yes, look at the faux creature. That will bring about your inevitable destruction." Thor was annoyed.
If you think that showing me a gross picture of some lowly wretch will strike fear into my heart, you've truly forgotten what it means to be an Asgardian.
Save your sentiments for the halls of Valhalla,
the green-clad evildoer cackled.
You'll be there soon enough.
And with that, Loki used a charm to turn himself invisible and vanish completely from Thor's sight. Thor stomped his foot on the ground angrily. He wasn't sure how, but it seemed as though Loki had gotten the last laugh once again.
"Loki!"
he shouted after his brother.
"Come back here and face me with honor!"
Then the God of Thunder sighed pensively and thought to himself,
"Who am I kidding? He's never going to change."
Thor looked at his trusty hammer.
"Mjolnir, old friend, it seems like we've saved the day yet again. Shall we away back to Avengers HQ?
He then shook Mjolnir up and down like a puppeteer simulating a nod.
"Splendid idea, Mjolnir. Glad you thought of it."
Thor chuckled, already in better spirits. That's when he began to hear the footsteps of SCP-096 rapidly approaching him. Thor turned his head towards the sound and saw the same disquieting creature from the photograph that was inside Loki's cube, zooming headlong towards him with reckless abandon. The Asgardian blinked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Whatever that thing was, it was faster than Thor could have possibly anticipated.
Was it looking for the photograph?
He wondered.
Hello there!
Thor called out as SCP-096 continued to make a beeline at the caped superhero. The God of Thunder waved the photograph of SCP-096 in the air.
Is this your, selfie?
In all likelihood, Loki had been his usual conniving self and stole that self-portrait from the miserable creature, hoping that it would mistake Thor for the thief. The God of Mischief had probably even used a glamour to disguise himself as Thor when he did the deed. Thor believed that all he had to do was clear up this misunderstanding, and that he and this strange beast could go their separate ways without coming to blows. It was a naive, optimistic, and ultimately incorrect view of the situation, but at least the hero's heart was in the right place.
I don't need this, so...
Thor said, trying to reason with the creature.
You can have it back if you'd like.
But SCP-096 showed no signs of stopping, and was seemingly enraged even further by Thor flaunting its decidedly unflattering photograph. The Shy Guy kicked the ground and shot forward with a powerful burst of speed. One of its elongated arms slammed into Thor's face with enough force to nearly knock the Asgardian off his feet. Thor was so surprised that he instinctively whacked the creature with Mjolnir, sending SCP-096 careening backwards down the street. It wasn't launched more than a dozen feet before its powerful arms and legs dug into the pavement and slowed its velocity to 0. Even though the thing from the photo had taken a direct hit from Mjolnir, it barely looked phased on a physical level. One thing was for sure, the Shy Guy was still incredibly distraught, and it was directing all of those negative emotions towards the God of Thunder.
What was this thing? What is this thing?
Thor wondered to himself. It was fast, strong, and durable to an unearthly degree. If this thing wanted to engage in single combat, Thor wouldn't back down. He was an Asgardian warrior, and sometimes that meant facing challenges head-on, no matter how suddenly they arose. Still, his time with the Avengers had taught him that having a clear reason to fight was sometimes even more important than the fight itself.
Hey, quick question, what are you?
He said aloud to the creature. SCP-096 didn't answer. Within seconds, it was on Thor again like a bilg snipe on another bilg snipe. The screaming humanoid swung wildly, pelting its opponent with blow after blow. Thor tried once more to communicate with his unknown enemy.
I have no quarrel with you, Weird One,
Thor spoke.
So take your noodle arms and be gone.
For all of its relentless ferocity, the humanoid abomination left countless openings that a seasoned warrior like Thor could easily exploit. Of course, most mortal combatants would be unable to endure the brunt of the Shy Guy's attacks for long enough, but true to his nature, Thor was a god. The Avenger struck back with another crushing blow from Mjolnir, aimed straight for the creature's sternum. Once again, the monster was pushed back for a moment, and then resumed its maddening onslaught.
A blow like that should have at least busted a rib or two. Were the bones of this horrible thing made of vibranium or some other rare metal out of the depths of space?
Thor realized he was now fighting on the defensive. While he had faced foes in the past with much greater physical strength than the Shy Guy, including his superhero colleague Bruce Banner's mean, green, ever-loving alter ego, the Incredible Hulk, the sheer tenacity of SCP-096 meant that being careless with his own protection could lead to Thor taking unnecessary hits that would eventually wear him down in a prolonged fight. The wiry humanoid certainly didn't show any signs of slowing down or tiring, even though it had to be expending a lot of energy to move so quickly. Between his alternating deflections and counterblows against the creature, Thor mulled over his brother's words from earlier.
Loki was right about one thing. This is a fell creature if ever there was one. Still, as long as there is thunder in my blood, I won't allow a hairless cur like this to bring me my own destruction. Think, Thor. What would Stark do at a time like this? He says he's the smart one after all, humor him.
With his highly sophisticated tactical acumen that was similar to Iron Man except for the fact that it was much better and stronger, Thor efficiently assessed his current situation. While the pale beast was undoubtedly violent and far mightier than most terrestrial creatures, its attention and all the brute strength that came with it had been fixated solely on Thor since it arrived in the city. The Asgardian's best guess as to why was the photograph that Loki had tricked him into looking at. Devious trickster that he is, Loki must have known that this thing would hunt down and attempt to pulverize the latest being to see its face. which now, of course, happened to be Thor. The revelation of this fact meant that Thor no longer had to worry about the fate of civilians if he chose to relocate to a less populated battlefield, since the creature was now guaranteed to follow him. Nobody else needed to get hurt. While running from the fight wasn't exactly the God of Thunder's favorite strategy, it would massively reduce the chance of collateral damage. He'd be saving lives in classic Avengers fashion. Captain America would be so proud. Not that Thor would have done it any differently, even if he didn't have the Star-Spangled Man's approval. SCP-096 leaped in towards Thor to deliver its next walloping strike, but the Asgardian quickly grabbed it by the wrist and pulled the ferocious creature off its feet. He lifted it up and over his head before slamming it down hard into the pavement. With a bit of space between himself and his anomalous foe, Thor began to swing Mjolnir around by its leathery wrist strap. The Shy Guy desperately scrambled to its feet to resume the attack, but by that time, Thor had already thrown himself skyward. He soared between the buildings using the force of Mjolnir's trajectory, making it his mission to exit the city as soon as possible. Thor looked down to see that SCP-096 was following him along the ground, exactly as he predicted it would. While the battle with the beast would most certainly continue the second he dropped back to Earth's surface, he could rest assured that the place where the showdown would take place could be chosen by him. He saw an evergreen forest on a nearby mountain and decided that it would do nicely as a place to finish this. "I'm sure no one would mind a few stray bolts of lightning around here," Thor thought. The God of Thunder was amused by the prospect of going all out against this being. Even though it probably had its reasons for wanting to destroy the one that saw its face, Thor was past the point of taking chances on diplomacy. This distressing creature was, after all, an adversary that Loki had plotted to send after him through one means or another, and because of that, it was likely to have power and guile to spare. Thor breaking a sweat to vanquish the thing would be a fitting replacement for the fight that he would have to have with Loki. Thor's feet hit the ground on a stony mountain ledge, and once again he struck that iconic superhero landing pose. Remarkably, the Shy Guy had kept pace with Thor almost the entire time the Asgardian had been flying, smashing through every tree and boulder that stood in its path. Even so, Thor was more than ready for it. Storm clouds rumbled overhead. The sky above the mountain was trembling as Thor decided that it was time to bring down the thunder on his unfortunate foe. Boom! Crack! The heavens flashed with electrical might as Thor channeled the energy from several lightning bolts through Mjolnir before unleashing a consolidated blast of unbridled power onto SCP-096. The Shy Guy didn't even attempt to dodge as Thor's Thundershock treatment bombarded it with light and heat, the likes of which few mortals could withstand. Thor released a second blast, then a third, surrounding SCP-096 with as much lightning as these earthly skies would offer him. After keeping at this for a while, Thor decided to let up momentarily to check in on his foe, only to see that there were no signs of visible damage on the creature. It wasn't even slightly singed. The God of Thunder could feel his brother laughing at him from somewhere out of sight and out of reach. The monstrous humanoid in the forest below was proving to be far more than Thor had bargained for, but he was nowhere near ready to give in and accept defeat. Still, maybe this wasn't a fight worth having on Earth. All Thor's electrical attacks were doing was destroying trees, and the planet was already facing unprecedented levels of deforestation due to the greed of human CEOs and shady entrepreneurs. Thor certainly didn't want to be part of the problem, and now that it was occurring to him, he realized that he should probably try to do something about that once the situation with the Shy Guy was resolved. It didn't matter how close of a friend Elon Musk was to Tony Stark. These overreaching humans had to be given a stern talking to by the God of Thunder, with or without hammer in his hand. Of course, Thor's environmentalist concerns had to go on the back burner for now, since SCP-096 was advancing towards him once again, with no hint of slowing down. "Let's see if you can follow me back to Asgard, you son of an elf," Thor thought. He held his hammer aloft and counted on Heimdall to deploy the Bifrost. The Rainbow Bridge arrived seconds before SCP-096's arms would have reached the Asgardian, and as expected, it instantly carried Thor into the interdimensional space between his destinations. Amidst the swirling sea of multicolored lights, Thor shared a laugh with nobody but himself and Mjolnir. "So much for Shy Guy," said Thor. "Looks like it'll have to resolve those body issues on its own time. I've been through something similar, so I can relate. Best of luck, pitiful beast." But while Thor was congratulating himself for his strategic retreat, he almost didn't notice that his foe hadn't actually stopped in its pursuit. As a matter of fact, SCP-096 was currently inside of the Bifrost and swiftly gaining on the God of Thunder. The Shy Guy was truly running in the 90s. Well, 90 miles per hour or more, but it made the same difference. The creature grabbed Thor by his ankles and screeched in mortified rage. Thor punched SCP-096 in the face, hoping to shake it off, but to no avail. The two opponents spun through the Bifrost, locked together in an unbreakable grapple, until they collided with the walls of interdimensional space. Thor knew exactly where this was going, and he wasn't happy about it. Like a sheet of ice composed of photons, the outer limits of the Bifrost broke away, sending both combatants shooting off into the void. Seconds later, a wormhole spit Thor and SCP-096 out in a vast junkyard filled with the remains of countless spaceships and alien life forms.
Great, I'm trapped in this garbage world again. I knew I should have picked somewhere closer.
Thor shook off the nauseating effects of the failed interdimensional trip. SCP-096 was already hale and hearty for another round. Thor grimaced with frustrated anticipation.
How about a quick 5-minute rest?
Thor implored the Shy Guy.
Gentlemen's truce?
SCP-096 roared and dashed forth, more crazed than ever. Thor exhaled in futility.
I thought not.
He whipped Mjolnir around and hurled it straight for SCP-096's skull. The reliable Urus steel hammer made contact, knocking the creature onto its back. At the very least, Thor could always count on his signature weapon to help him out. Or could he? When the Asgardian tried to call the hammer back, he was shocked to find that SCP-096 had somehow grabbed a hold of its handle. Even more surprisingly, it now appeared to be wielding the hammer as easily as Thor could.
Son of a... You're telling me that thing is worthy?
The Shy Guy, now with Mjolnir in hand, pounced on Thor, swinging the hammer with no technique or finesse. It was everything Thor could do to simply avoid the creature's range. A blow from Mjolnir was enough to cause serious injury to even the most formidable Asgardian warrior.
Damn you, Mjolnir, we talked about this,
Thor thundered.
We're friends, aren't we?
But none of his words could get through to the hammer now that it was in the hand of SCP-096. In an act of righteous defiance, Thor called the fury of lightning into his own body. This strange foe, which had come from Loki's latest prank, was about to find out what happened when a god of thunder got serious. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Thor flew at SCP-096 and punched it so hard that its grip loosened on Mjolnir for all but a second, and that second was all Thor needed to reclaim his weapon. His hand clung tightly to Mjolnir's handle as he swung the weapon into the Shy Guy's body with all of his might. The shockwave of this forceful blow launched piles of debris high into the air and sent SCP-096 tumbling across the surface of the planet like a thrown piece of discarded food at an Asgardian feast. With another pulse of electricity, Thor magnetized the portions of the rubble which contained spaceship parts and used his manipulation of that same energy to bury the Shy Guy in the deepest heap of trash he could manage. And with one last flick of Mjolnir, Thor sent himself hurtling through the largest wormhole in the sky above and back into space where it would be far more difficult for his foe to follow him. Finally, with some distance, Thor breathed a sigh of relief.
You almost had me that time, Loki. What an unusual being. Fought like a berserker, but was somehow also pure of heart. A kindred spirit to myself, perhaps? Even so, I truly hope to never meet that thing again.
The cultist screamed. The long and spindly but unimaginably powerful arm of the Shy Guy had him by the leg, dragging him backwards, his fingernails carving deep ruts into the floor. His friend was already on the run, but his death warrant had been sealed by a glance. In the history of evil plans, rarely has an evil plan backfired so spectacularly. As the Shy Guy bellowed, destroying its latest prey and galloping after the second, which would soon become the third and the fourth and the fifth and so much more as the personnel of the SCP Foundation caught unplanned glimpses of his terrible face. It would take a god to undo the chaos that was unfolding. The exact same god that these two idiot cultists were here to destroy. The plan had seemed so simple, so perfectly straightforward on paper. Sneak into the SCP Foundation and assassinate SCP-343. That being said, even deluded cultists of the Scarlet King knew that killing the anomaly believed to be God himself
was going to be far easier in theory than in practice. And yet, neither one of this intrepid pair of Foundation impersonators could ever have predicted things would go this bad. Several years earlier, Zachary and Cash were nothing more than a pair of social shut-ins trawling forums on the internet from the secluded sanctuary of their basements. In fact, it was on a particular one of these forums that would lead to the pair eventually meeting in person. Parawatch, a deep web online space for discussions of the supernatural. While there was nothing inherently insidious about Parawatch itself, it did draw in those who were interested in the paranormal and even the anomalous, like Zach and Cash. And that made the forum the perfect recruitment tool for those whose intentions were far more nefarious. Both men were individually approached by another user, who was only known by his screen name, COTSK. Over some lengthy conversations with this mysterious third party, both Zach and Cash found themselves being convinced into believing the core tenets of a murderous cult that revered a conceptual deity, the children of the Scarlet King. And it was during a secret gathering of their fellow members that Cash and Zach would not only meet, but find themselves specifically tasked with a mission that was meant to clear the way for the Scarlet King to enter our reality. Simply put, the two of them were tasked with killing God. The plan was devised by one of the longer-standing children of the Scarlet King, who divulged their cult's knowledge of the SCP Foundation, specifically an entity known as SCP-343, a powerful reality warper who had claimed to be the architect of the very universe itself. In the eyes of the Scarlet King's followers, this meant that SCP-343 could pose a direct threat to the ascension of their destructive deity. If the Scarlet King was ever to gain access to this universe, there was a high chance SCP-343 could oppose him. So, with stolen credentials and Foundation personnel garb, Zach and Cash were sent in to remove SCP-343 from the equation. It goes without saying that killing a being believed to be God himself was hardly an easy goal to achieve. Nobody could just poison SCP-343, or take him out using conventional weapons, or even use any other typical methods of assassination that would work on a human target. Instead, Zach and Cash needed to get creative. Luckily, there was another anomaly kept contained by the SCP Foundation that the children of the Scarlet King had thought would be perfect for the job. It was a miniature event horizon, a black sphere that could pull any nearby matter into itself. Anything brought within the vicinity of this anomalous wormhole would quickly be sucked in and ultimately lost forever with no chance of retrieval. Sure, it might not kill SCP-343, strictly speaking, but it could certainly remove him from play, leaving the universe unprotected against the rise of the Scarlet King. However, there was one tiny problem. One otherwise minute detail that, because it went uncorrected, jeopardized the whole plan. It could have been down to inaccurate information that the children of the Scarlet King had on the SCP Foundation. After all, the organization was known for keeping its operations and even its very existence a closely guarded secret. Or perhaps, sheerly due to human error, the wrong number was said by the wrong cultist at the wrong moment, misheard or misread, leading to a 4 being replaced with a 6. You see, the miniature event horizon was designated as SCP-094, but by mistake, Zach and Cash had slipped undetected into the Foundation in search of SCP-096, unaware that anomaly was far from what they were expecting. The look of terror on Zach's face appeared instantly as the pair of Scarlet King fanatics opened the door to the containment cell. That same horrified look had vanished just as quickly the second that SCP-096 took notice of the 2 new visitors. In the blink of an eye, the abnormally proportioned humanoid anomaly had gone from being hunched over in a corner, gently rocking itself, to standing directly in front of Zach and Cash, towering over them both and screeching incoherently. Cash turned and ran, abandoning his cultist compatriot as Zach screamed in fear. The shy guy had grabbed him. A moment later, his screams had been silenced, thanks to SCP-096. Cash had no idea what the creature was. All he knew was it certainly wasn't the miniaturized black hole he and Zack had been sent to find, but he tried to keep the original goal in mind, even in a moment of crisis. Take out SCP-343 so that the Scarlet King could rise. Maybe this other anomaly, whatever it was, could stand a chance against the reality warper. Cash would never get to find out, however, as he was tackled to the ground by a Foundation security team as he turned the corner. But SCP-096 had been hot on the cultist's heels and had appeared behind him just as he was being restrained by security officers. And the whole unit could see the Shy Guy now, which meant not one of them stood a chance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, oblivious to the carnage of the unfolding containment breach, SCP-343 was enjoying a stroll around the Foundation site, with a hamburger in one hand and a milkshake in the other. He had spent most of the afternoon the way he usually did, phasing out of reality to an extra-dimensional astral plane outside of our known universe, where he could privately enjoy a game of solitaire using a deck of cards conjured out of nothingness. Upon returning, polishing off the dregs of his lunch, which he also willed into existence from nowhere, SCP-343 barely noticed that the entire Foundation seemed to be on red alert. Or more accurately, he did notice. He just didn't do much to help. You see, one of the more notable things about SCP-343, aside from the fact that he can use his anomalous abilities to do literally anything imaginable, is that he very much enjoys taking a back seat. He claims that after creating the universe, he got tired of having to be in control of everything, everywhere, all at once. Good movie, by the way. And so, while SCP-343 could right every wrong and solve every problem in the entire universe, he chooses not to. All to pursue the illusion of giving up control and leaving the universe to its own devices. That is, unless something tries to harm him directly, and something was very much about to. While the pair of Scarlet King cultists who had accidentally set SCP-096 free were already dead, they'd unknowingly started a chain reaction. The Foundation desperately dispatched more of its personnel to try and recontain the Shy Guy, but the more they sent, the more of them observed the creature. This gave SCP-096 even more targets, extending its rage state as it zipped through the Foundation, killing everyone that had clasped eyes on it, until that rage-fueled rampage led to coincidentally cross paths with SCP-343, who had just walked through a wall on his way back to his cell, right into the path of SCP-096.
Oh dear, dear me.
SCP-343 sighed, finishing the remainder of his milkshake before making the empty cup and straw disappear.
It's been some time, hasn't it, Ian? My boy, look at what's become of you.
For a moment, SCP-096 seemed to pause, its pale skin flecked with droplets of blood thanks to the sheer number of guards and researchers it had torn through for daring to look at it.
I see you're still having the same old troubles.
The reality warper continued, reacting eerily calmly and casually towards the towering monster.
You know, you really ought to work on your confidence.
That did it. The sentence touched a nerve within the Shy Guy, giving it a pang of sadness that erupted quickly into an unbridled rage. It did not matter that SCP-343 was a powerful anomaly with the ability to do almost anything. He had still looked at SCP-096. In fact, he was looking directly at it, and that meant he had to go. His fate was sealed as the creature began wailing and charging straight for SCP-343. With a casual wave of his hand, God swiped the creature aside, sending SCP-096 flying. Thrown telekinetically, much to its surprise, the creature found itself phasing through walls as it sailed between corridors and other containment chambers, in and out, until it sailed through the solid steel walls of its own cell, landing right back in the corner that it had started in. But rather than return to crying in a fetal position as it normally did, SCP-096 got right back up and raced back through the halls of the facility, homing in on SCP-343. Being sent back to its room was enough to keep the Shy Guy's rage state active, and it hadn't changed the fact that God had still looked at it, so he had to kill him. Traveling at anomalous speeds, SCP-096 blinked into existence right behind SCP-343 as he sat down and relaxed in his favorite chair. The horrific humanoid shrieked loudly. Although SCP-343 didn't turn around to look at it, he already knew it was there. He had sensed it even before it left its cell. With yet another lazy swish of his hand, SCP-343 sent the Shy Guy away. This time, SCP-096 realized its long legs seemed to be moving independently, walking backwards along the exact same steps it had taken to get into SCP-343's containment chamber. It continued going backwards, and despite its frustrated attempts to rush back towards the reality-warping old man, it couldn't. Little did the Shy Guy realize it wasn't the only one. SCP-343's command over the fundamental laws of the universe was so great that he had altered time itself. Everything was now running in reverse, albeit for a few short moments. Birds in the sky were flying backwards, waterfalls were flowing upwards, the Earth was spinning in the opposite direction on its axis. Everything in existence was like an old VCR tape being rewound, until SCP-096 found itself once again back in its cell. Now the Shy Guy was mad, really mad. The moment SCP-343 allowed time to return to its normal, forward chronological flow, SCP-096 once again raced out of its containment chamber, hunting down the latest person to have seen its wide-jawed face. Usually, nothing could stop SCP-096 from catching up to its target, often killing them without fail. But the fact that SCP-343 could so easily rework the rules of the universe to send it back to its room made the self-conscious creature all the more agitated, and it was only going to get worse and worse. SCP-096 kept trying, infamously relentless, but every time SCP-343 presented some new, unpredictable way of stopping the Shy Guy from getting to him. On one attempt, he caused the creature's atoms to rearrange themselves into long strands the closer it got, effectively turning into Shy Guy's spaghetti. During another, SCP-343 actually reworked the way that sight works across the entire universe, making it so that on a conceptual level, he'd technically never looked at SCP-096, according to this newly redefined way of seeing things. Every time SCP-343 set the Shy Guy back, but never deterred him. He kept coming back. That is, until, bored by the constant back and forth between them, SCP-343 waited for SCP-096 to arrive next to him once again. At that moment, he snapped his fingers, and the creature stopped in its tracks. A story filled its mind, the story of a once normal kid. This young child had been bullied and ostracized by other children, made fun of for his appearance. They became depressed, self-loathing, keeping away from everyone out of fear that they'd be taunted. The child started to hide their face, desperate that nobody look at them and laugh.
Listen.
SCP-343 told SCP-096 there was nothing around them. The universe had seemingly faded away as the pair stood in a pocket of space outside of reality.
Just listen closely.
Silence. Not a whisper, not even the creature's own breathing could be heard.
No one is laughing at you anymore, my son.
SCP-343 whispered.
It is okay. You can stop now. There is nobody left who can hurt you.
With that, SCP-096's very reason for being had ceased. The Shy Guy didn't exist anymore. It didn't need to. Restoring the universe to its previous state with another click of his fingers, SCP-343 was free to sit back in his chair and relax. There, he could continue pretending he wasn't in control. The SCP Foundation's existence might be a frightening thing to some, but if you ask us, it's comforting. Of course, the existence of the Foundation implies the existence of all the mind-meltingly terrifying entities they combat on a daily basis. But doesn't it put your mind at least a little at ease to know somebody out there knows what's going on? After all, sometimes knowledge is the only light we have in the darkness. It is humanity's greatest strength, to know things and to act accordingly. From knowledge, we can understand our enemies and the threats they pose against us. From knowledge, we can build sturdier defenses. From knowledge, we can develop the means to finally effectively strike back. and nobody among the ranks of humanity has more knowledge than the SCP Foundation. So what happens when the knowledge of the SCP Foundation fails us? What happens when a concept eludes even them? A concept like, say, SCP-2317, an old wooden door that hides within a truly terrible secret, a secret known by many as the Devourer of Worlds, a beast every bit as powerful and unpleasant as that name suggests. The SCP Foundation performs a complex set of rituals every single day to keep him contained, and if the top brass of the Foundation is to be believed, then these rituals are effective. But I think we all know better than to believe everything we're told around here, don't we? The truth is, beyond the wooden door known as SCP-2317, there is a hellish desert world, underneath which the Devourer of Worlds awaits. He is kept in place, bound by ancient chains created by a race that has long since been lost to the history books. And while the Foundation tells its underlings that the rituals D-Class personnel perform here every day helps to keep these chains in place, this is little more than a placebo. The rituals only exist to make the Foundation feel like they're doing something to bide time, while they figure out an actual lasting solution. In reality, based on the Foundation's current knowledge, these chains could break any day now, and sadly, there's nothing they can do about it. This may seem like the worst possible truth to learn, but we can think of one even worse truth, that any day now is today. When the chain breaks, the ground begins to rumble worldwide, like an earthquake so great it might even split the planet in two. No conventional scientist anywhere in the world has any idea what's happening, but the SCP Foundation does. For the first time in recorded history, the entire O5 Council are quaking. It's Judgment Day, and their every sin is on an express trip back to get them. They put out a call to dispatch every single mobile task force worldwide to come to Site-19 and combat this new threat. But deep down, the council members silently worried that this would be about as effective as the sham rituals they claimed every day would protect them. Meanwhile, Site-19 exploded. Most of the Foundation personnel and anomalies stationed there perished in an instant, as a giant clawed hand rose out of the ground, grasping at the sunlight for the first time in millions of years since imprisonment. Its sheer size, hundreds of kilometers in height, displaces and destroys the land around it as it climbs free from the earth. The Devourer of Worlds is a monster of such magnitude that it dwarfs even the Foundation's mightiest weapons, but their mobile task forces fight valiantly, or perhaps foolishly, nonetheless. The Foundation went in with its finest resources and weaponry, from advanced cruise missiles to classified laser projectile weapons that conventional militaries wouldn't be finding for another century, and all of it amounted to be the strength of getting a mid-rate birthday clown's cheap cream pie to the face. The thick, scaly hide of the beast somehow rejected everything they threw at it. Jets were scrambled, flying around the Devourer's gargantuan head and peppering its great eye with bullets, followed by heat-guided rockets. Nothing. The monster simply swatted them out of the air with its claws. Down below, ground forces mobilized en masse, from tanks to turrets, unleashing all kinds of hell onto the Devourer of Worlds from below. And still, what good did it do? The monster simply kept walking, killing thousands with every footfall. Its magnitude was simply unfathomable. Scranton reality anchors were placed at its feet in hopes of creating some kind of trap, but its ancient feet defied their force. Every mobile task force from Hammerdown to Samsara did what they could, and what they could do ultimately amounted to a fat lot of nothing. The rampage of the Devourer was undeterred. Within an hour, he would reach a population center, and then true hell would be unleashed upon the human race. But sometimes the only thing that could destroy something inhuman was something so much more than human. Over in the low-risk humanoid containment center of Site-17, SCP-343, perhaps better known as God, was watching all the horror unfold in his mind's eye. So the Devourer was finally free and wreaking havoc on the world that he put so much effort into creating. No, that simply would not do. How could he let such a vulgar creature taking billions of years of beauty, love, kindness, happiness, and natural majesty and turn it all into ash and dust? He would not stand for it. But God, while unimaginably powerful, is a philosopher, not a warrior. It would be not only beneath his celestial position, but dangerous for all life on Earth if he were to unleash the power required to destroy the Devourer himself. The armies of God are the greatest in heaven or Earth, but he would need a champion to lead them. And while the operatives of the SCP Foundation fought and died bravely for the human race, SCP-343 blipped out of Site-17 and reappeared in the Middle East, where his champion would be waiting, guarding the gate to paradise. SCP-001, in this case known as the Gate Guardian. A huge glowing humanoid with wings made of fire and a sword hotter than the sun, capable of cleaving its enemies apart on the atomic level. Typically, any being who traveled within a kilometer of the Gate Guardian would receive this treatment, a strike so powerful that in the aftermath, not even dust would remain. But when SCP-343 appeared mere feet away from the mighty Gate Guardian, the Guardian fell to one knee and bowed its glowing head in holy reverence.
"Master,"
the Guardian said,
"you have returned to me at long last. I will do thy bidding. What must be done?"
"Uriel," God said gravely, "an enemy is at the gates, one more powerful than this world has ever known. Battle him while I gather the armies. Do whatever it takes. He must be stopped."
The Gate Guardian Uriel rose to his feet, spreading his great wings of fire.
"It shall be done, my lord."
Uriel boomed, and faster than any human being could possibly perceive it, he had taken off into the sky, leaving the gate behind him unguarded for the first time in the memory of the human race. God sighed. It was time to finally open it. Back with the Devourer and the Mobile Task Force Army trying in vain to slow his advance. For the most part, the creature's hide was so thick, it was hard to even know if he noticed most of the puny humans firing on it. Some of the ones down below, driven half mad with fear, rage, and the crushing weight of futility, pulled out knives, swords, and bayonets and ran at the creature's feet, stabbing away even as their blades were blunted and destroyed. Of course, the Devourer of Worlds paid no mind to them. It had something else in its sights. A human city, a mere handful of steps away. Yes, so teeming with life, such delicious morsels. The Devourer would live up to his terrifying namesake and feast on them all. Yes, it would be delicious. As he crushed further thousands of Mobile Task Force soldiers below him just by walking, he could hardly wait. Down below, things had never seemed so hopeless. Was this how it ended? One impotent last stand as a hungry monster of inconceivable size bulldozed through life and civilization and left nothing, nobody in its wake? Was this how the complicated but proud story of the human race would come to an end, down here in the worthless, blood-soaked mud? That's when something changed. The sky, once blotted out with the Devourer's shadow, was lit up by a brilliant white light, a light so dazzling, so holy and pure that it gave even the Devourer pause. The human beings down below wept with joy and numinous awe. It was him. It was SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, spreading his fiery wings and drawing his solar sword.
"My master ordered me to destroy you."
His deafening psychic voice boomed.
"And thus you shall be destroyed. Prepare to meet your maker."
The Devourer immediately let out a world-shaking roar, so powerful that many of the humans down below felt their brains rattling and their ears literally beginning to bleed. The beast reached for Uriel with its huge clawed hand, moving at impossible speeds for a creature its size. Onlookers gasped in shock. Luckily, for as surprisingly fast as the Devourer of Worlds was, Uriel was faster. Like a flash of an exploding light bulb, the Guardian darted out of the Devourer's palm and cleaved a glowing gash into the monster's wrist with his solar sword. The creature growled, taken off guard. It was the first time in millions of years since it was attacked and bound by those impossible celestial armies that it had felt pain. What was this mysterious warrior of fire? All the Devourer knew was that if it wanted to turn the planet Earth into an all-you-can-eat buffet, it would need to do away with this glowing nuisance first.
"Die!"
The psychic voice of the Gate Guardian commanded as it flew in for another strike. this time cleaving into the beast's torso and leaving a long, glowing scar. But he didn't stop there. The Gate Guardian had changed posture from a defensive territorial stance to an all-out offensive warpath, as commanded by his all-powerful master. Uriel was not arrogant. He could see that the beast he was battling was undeniably formidable, but he had slain formidable enemies before, and he would do so again now. Taking advantage of the comparative slowness and clunkiness of the Devourer, a natural side effect of its truly immense size, Uriel decided to stay mobile, flying around the Devourer like an electron orbiting the nucleus of an atom. At any moment that he, with his warrior's judgment, detected an opening, a weakness, he flew in and struck with extreme fury, leaving another glowing scar in the monster's thick scales that fizzled with the impossible heat of his sword. Each time the beast gave a grunt or a growl in confused pain as it desperately flailed to try and grab the holy warrior. Meanwhile, the SCP Foundation had figured out what was happening and was reorienting its focus. While the Gate Guardian fought against and distracted the Devourer of Worlds, all surviving Foundation personnel, under the instruction of the O5 Council, converged on the nearest city to the Devourer. They would evacuate as many as they could, buying them more time to calculate some kind of meaningful counteroffensive to this XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. If this really could be humanity's last stand, they would go out swinging and leave their opponent with a black eye. While the evacuation efforts were underway, Uriel continued his relentless assault against the Devourer, carving scar after scar into the monster's body. He could not tell if he was leaving much lasting damage, but at the very least, he was getting the abomination's attention. After striking its body countless times though, Uriel finally felt bold enough to go against the creature's obvious weak point, its huge, staring, cycloptic eye. Perhaps with a decisive strike, he could blind the beast. Faster than the speed of sound, Uriel orbited the beast's body and reoriented himself in front of its eye. He could feel the nanoseconds passing as he charged, raising his sword. Now would be the time to end this. But wait, what's that? Why is the Devourer's eye suddenly glowing red? Before even Uriel had time to react, a tremendous force of pure energy blasted forth from the Devourer's eye, bombarding the angelic soldier and firing him straight into the ground below. He did not even know the monster possessed such a power, and now the force of it was hammering him into the earth. The blast kept going for a few more seconds, zapping Uriel's strength and introducing him to a long-forgotten pain. When the beam was done firing, Uriel felt as though he could barely move. He was a sitting duck. That's when the Devourer began marching towards him, every step rattling the earth. Even as the threat loomed, Uriel couldn't move. Was this the end?
Forgive me, Master.
Uriel said.
I have failed you.
Then, Uriel noticed something. Several projectiles firing towards the Devourer's head, seemingly out of thin air. A volley of intercontinental ballistic missiles, each equipped with a nuclear payload, exploded against the creature's head, blasting it with a shockwave that rattled the mighty creature on its feet. Had human beings made such weapons?
If they could still fight even after all this,
Uriel thought,
then I must fight too. I must fight to my last breath.
As the Devourer steadied itself, recovering from the nuclear bombardment to the head, Uriel rose with a terrifying warrior's roar, feeling his holy power return to him. His sword ignited, and he charged forward, faster than ever before, ready to strike clear and true into the Devourer's wretched heart. Before the beast could react, Uriel shoved his sword into the center of its chest, causing veins of agonizing flame to spread out over its whole body. At long last, he had well and truly harmed the unharmable. That knowledge sanctified him, even as the Devourer of Worlds grabbed Uriel in his fist and squeezed the life out of the warrior for God for the last time.
Good,
the Devourer thought in its own way.
I can finally carry on now.
You fought bravely, Uriel,
said a booming voice from above the beast.
Your sacrifice will not be in vain. That much I promise you.
Confused, the Devourer turned and looked skyward, only to see a sight that struck pure and undiluted awe into even him. It was God and his army. SCP-343 floated in the sky, lightning emanating from his very being. Around him, glowing angelic warriors, each as large and as powerful as Uriel and as numerous as the stars in the sky above. God pointed at the Devourer.
Now, my children,
he said.
take that thing apart for me.
What's up, gamers? Hello there, everyone. My name's SCP Explained. A lot of SCP fans have played the free survival horror game SCP Containment Breach. The game's story places the player in the shoes of a D-class at one of the Foundation's containment sites, as they try their best to survive a massive, catastrophic containment breach. Many players, including some of our viewers, feel as if the simulated experience has given them the tools they would need to survive a real-life containment breach. But can playing a video game really be sufficient training for encountering some of the deadliest SCPs in containment and escaping with your life? In order to answer this question, we're going to speculate based on one of the game's most prolific players, famous YouTuber and gamer, Markiplier. If playing this game counts as training, then Markiplier has enough hours logged to be a bona fide expert in facing off against the many dangerous anomalies at the SCP Foundation. So kick back, crack open some G Fuel, and let's see if Markiplier lives to gain another day. To set the scene, let's all imagine that somehow, through a hiccup in time and space, or by some sort of wish on a cursed monkey's paw, Markiplier found himself inside of an SCP Foundation containment site. That would be bad enough, but the blaring alarms and sounds of chaos signal that he arrived at the worst possible time, during a containment breach. The security systems are down, the cells are open, and danger lurks around every corner. Armed with nothing but his wits and winning personality, the only thing he can do is try to navigate the facility as carefully as possible, remember everything he's learned from his time streaming the video game version of this place, and hope he can escape with his life. Let's start with one we know he'd be well equipped to face, SCP-173. The next snapping sculpture is the main antagonist of SCP Containment Breach, so Markiplier would be familiar with the necessary precautions to avoid winding up as its next victim. If he happened to walk into a room and spot the figure, frozen in his gaze, he would know to keep his eyes on the sculpture no matter what, and slowly back out of the room without blinking. Plus, with all of the time he spends looking at screens, he's definitely used to keeping his eyes on one thing for a long period of time. Congratulations, Mark. You survived that one. He's managed to get away from SCP-173 with his neck still intact. Hooray! But as he sneaks through the hall trying not to draw any unwanted attention, a French accented voice breaks the silence behind him. Good evening, my fine fellow. Are you feeling quite well? There, behind him, is SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, in all of his beak-masked, black-robed glory. You look feverish. Please, allow me to administer some simple tests. In this scenario, Mark would have to think fast and use some of that patented Markiplier charm to get himself out of a potentially sticky situation before one of those gloved hands can touch him. He would need to politely excuse himself, insist that he just saw his doctor earlier that day, and then, before the Plague Doctor can take another step closer, run as fast as he possibly could in the opposite direction. As Markiplier stops to catch his breath, having thrown the Plague Doctor off of his trail, the sound of sobbing in the corner signals that he might have just escaped the proverbial frying pan, only to wind up in the fire. A quick cursory glance up, and the sight of a long-limbed, pale humanoid form would confirm his suspicions. Yes indeed. He's found himself alone with SCP-096, the Shy Guy. Remembering the details of this particular anomaly from the game, he would look back down at the ground immediately, making sure not to glimpse the creature's face. As long as he avoided looking at its face, it would stay in the corner of the room, scarcely even acknowledging him. Then he would be free to make a mad dash for the exit. All the while, SCP-096 would stay hunched over, crying and completely aware it was briefly in the presence of a beloved YouTube personality. Things might be going pretty well for Markiplier so far, but oh, what's that sound? The slither of tentacles on tile, the thumping of a large heart, and the murmuring voice of an elderly Englishman? Poor Markiplier. Video games definitely wouldn't have prepared him for the arrival of SCP-058, the Heart of Darkness. It's come out of its cage and it's doing just fine. But the same can't be said for any living thing that this creepy, animate, and highly hostile creature encounters.
Endless suffering is the woe of ignorant men who never lack to see the depth of their own hearts and only see the wealth of a poor world's suffering of silver and brutal gladness.
The Heart whispers as it scuttles towards the hapless YouTuber. Without much prior knowledge of the anomaly, Mark would be thoroughly unprepared for any encounter with it. He would likely fall victim to its spiked tentacles or the sharp stinger, and any attempt to physically fight it off would be ineffective due to the anomaly's resilience to physical attacks. We don't need to get into the details of how that specifically might end. It would be a bit tasteless. But there are friendly anomalies that Markiplier might stumble upon too. Suppose, instead of suffering an untimely end at the tentacles of a heart monster that speaks in creepy atmospheric gibberish, he found himself face to face with SCP-073, Kane. It would be a nice reprieve to be sure, as Kane is generally pleasant and congenial to any humans he meets. You never know, he might even be a fan of Mark's work. The same can't be said for Kane's counterpart, SCP-076, however. It's nothing personal. Abel feels murderous rage towards any and all human beings, but it's hard not to take it personally when you see Abel running at you at full speed, brandishing a massive sword that's poised to take your head off with one swing. If Markiplier faced Abel on his own, he would unfortunately not stand much of a chance. Again, it's nothing personal. He's a super powerful ancient warrior with a taste for bloodshed. If Kane was in the vicinity, however, then he might just be able to escape unscathed. Kane is one of the few anomalies that can easily oppose Abel, as any damage Abel manages to do to him will only affect Abel. So the best case scenario for Mark would be to let the two immortals go at it while he sneaks away quietly. After all the stress of navigating the containment site, Markiplier would probably really need some cheering up. After all, his entire sense of reality is crumbling around him at a rapid pace. Good news, because SCP-999 can always sense when someone nearby needs that frown turned upside down. The tickle monster doesn't appear in the containment breach game, so Mark might not know what to expect when he sees a large mass of bright orange slime oozing toward him at a rapid pace. But once SCP-999 wrapped him in a big hug and its natural mood-boosting properties kicked in, he would know that this particular creature is friend, not foe. He would give the slimy visitor some affectionate pats, and the tickle monster would coo happily in return. SCP-999 might try to follow Markiplier down the hall, but he would insist it stay where it is needed, helping the various humans and anomalies of the Foundation when they need a little bit of sweetness and light in their lives. Then the two would part ways, each with their spirits lifted, and with fond memories of their new friend that would last a lifetime. But you can never let your guard down at the SCP Foundation, not even for a second as you're enjoying a hug from everyone's favorite happy slime creature. If you relax and forget to keep your wits about you, you might not notice the wall behind you starting to warp and melt as something horrible reaches through it from a dark place outside space and time. If Markiplier turned around to find himself face to face with the cold dead eyes of SCP-106, the old man, what would happen next? The rotten old man appears in containment breach, so Mark would know exactly how bad things can get if this ominous octogenarian gets his decaying hands on him. He would also know that doors, walls, and other solid objects are not enough to deter this entity once he sets his sights on taking you. It is possible that Mark could run, could stay out of the old man's sight until the creature gets bored or find some other more convenient prey to snatch up. But it's more than likely that SCP-106 would be excited by the chase and would delight in the fear and pain that he is causing. Unlike in Containment Breach, where SCP-106's movements can be predicted, the real thing is far more crafty and malicious, and there's no starting over if the old man catches up to you in the real world. Unfortunately, Markiplier would likely find himself pulled through the wall and into the entity's lair, where only doom would be waiting. How might Markiplier fare against another prominent character in Containment Breach, though? Say, one very tricky possessive mask. Thankfully, his experience with the game would have taught Mark in advance that SCP-035 cannot be trusted under any circumstances. However, the mask in the game is at least a little bit helpful, offering valuable information about navigating the containment site, and even providing insight into other threats to the player's safety. The real thing is nowhere near as generous. It has no desire to help humans or anyone but itself, really. If it wound up in the same room as Markiplier, it would only have one goal and one goal only: get him to take it out of its case and put it over his face. Hopefully Markiplier would know better than to wear the wicked porcelain mask, but its psychic influence is strong. We couldn't blame him if he wound up succumbing to it, putting it on and becoming the mask's newest human host. it would be thrilled to have found such a famous body to take over too, who would pilot Markiplier out of the containment site, take him back home, and become the first SCP with over 1 million YouTube subscribers. Aside from this channel, of course. I shudder to think what SCP-035 would do with such a massive platform. It definitely wouldn't be anything good. Now, there aren't just anomalies at the Foundation. There are lots of staff members working to keep the well-oiled machine running smoothly. Of course, some are better at this than others, and some staff are just agents of chaos all on their own. But that makes life more fun. Imagine a team-up between the most fun-loving, memeable researcher at the SCP Foundation and Markiplier. That's right, Dr. Jack Bright himself. Now, many people don't know this, but Dr. Bright is a big fan of gaming YouTubers and has wanted to start a channel of his own for quite some time. The Foundation won't allow him to run any of his own social media, concerned about the potential for secure information leaking to the public. But a chance encounter with one of his favorite YouTube creators would be just the kind of opportunity Dr. Bright has been waiting for. Sure, Markiplier might be caught a bit off guard by a strange man in an amulet asking him to collab, but Dr. Bright's big personality, sense of humor, and high energy would make him a great guest to have on the channel. At least until he finds something else to distract him from his own existential dread and abandons his streaming dreams for that. He'd definitely get Markiplier to autograph the amulet first though, that's for sure. Lots of people love Markiplier. He's a congenial guy with a passion for making enjoyable content, but there's one anomaly at the Foundation that wouldn't like him at all. In fact, it would find him, frankly,
Disgusting.
but that's not his fault. SCP-682 hates all living things. That's kind of its whole deal. Well, that and being impossible to kill. The massive rage-filled reptile is incredibly dangerous to anything and anyone it encounters, and sadly, Markiplier would be no exception. This creature doesn't care about likability or how much a person has contributed to contemporary internet culture. It only cares about destruction, about snapping the poor YouTuber up in its jaws or knocking him into the wall with one swash of its enormous tail. Unless Markiplier happened to have a spare nuclear warhead on him, it's not likely that he would make it out of meeting with SCP-682 in one piece. Oh, no, not his head.
Wait, is that the bite of 87?
Sorry, I had to do it for the meme. Speaking of 87, however, how would Markiplier fare if he stumbled upon SCP-087, the stairwell? It's not the likeliest of events, seeing as the doorway leading to it is constructed of reinforced steel with an electro-release lock and is disguised as the entrance to a janitor's closet in an undisclosed building, but in this world, stranger things have happened. Markiplier has played more than enough horror games to know that finding yourself in a dark staircase that seems to go on forever where you can hear the distant cries of a distressed child isn't something anyone would ever want. He could try and descend the staircase, looking for a way out, but if he did, all that would await him is creeping dread and paranoia, and an encounter with the frightening face of SCP-087-1. His best hope in this scenario would be to take a seat at the top of the stairs and wait for his loyal fanbase to notice he hasn't been online for a while. The internet is a powerful thing, and it's possible they could track him down and rescue him before things got too dire. Otherwise, well, best not to think about that. Over the span of their careers, many online personalities and digital content creators have found themselves in need of a rebrand. Maybe they decide to make a new type of creative work. Maybe they wind up at the center of a scandal. Or maybe they just got bored of doing the same thing over and over again. If Markiplier ever decided to change things up, there are dozens of ways he could go about it. But there's one that he would need to visit the SCP Foundation for. It wouldn't be necessarily advisable, but what if Markiplier decided to engage in some anomalous self-improvement using SCP-914, the Clockworks? Using live test subjects with this machine is always a bit dicey, and he would need to be extremely careful about what setting he used. The very fine setting could produce some really exciting results. Maybe it would improve his eyesight, or give him the ability to work long hours without experiencing creator burnout. Maybe it would give him the ability to fly, or to spontaneously generate a Wi-Fi hotspot no matter where he was, or how little phone signal he had. Maybe it would make him the greatest gamer in the world. There's really only one reason to find out. Just make sure to hit the right button, or several million people would be very, very sad. Speaking of self-improvement, what would happen if Markiplier got his hands on an anomalous computer program? Not one of the dangerous ones, but an educational one intended to help children learn new skills. SCP-5094, Miss J's WizKid Schoolhouse, would be a perfect fit. He'd have to find a way to play it on his computer, but once he did, Markiplier could livestream his experience with the software. It's uncertain how the anomalous effect of SCP-5094 would translate into a massive audience, but it would be amazing to see if thousands of people could learn a new skill at once. It would be potentially life-changing for everyone involved. Speaking of helpful anomalies, Markiplier would greatly benefit from an introduction to SCP-662, the Butler's Handbell. Running a YouTube channel takes a ton of work, and having an eager supernatural assistant on call 24 hours a day would probably really improve the quality of life for everyone involved. Mr. Deeds would be happy to assist with whatever day-to-day tasks might come up, and could even become a beloved background character on the channel. Whether it's bringing Mark a bag of Takis or helping edit video footage, there's very little this helpful British butler can't do. When you get famous and successful, and when you become a public figure online, it seems like everyone out there wants a piece of you. People want money, attention, to ride someone's coattails to fame. But what about an anomaly that quite literally wants a piece of Markiplier? Or any person, really. SCP-082, Ferdinand the Cannibal, would love to meet Markiplier, and would love to make Markiplier his meat. He would probably use his habit for lying and spinning elaborate stories to attempt to entice Mark into a dangerous situation.
Hello, Markiplier. It's me, your friend Jacksepticeye, he would say while very visibly not being who he claims to be. It's time to film a new video challenge. See how long you can stay in the soup pot. Just hop in the pot of boiling water. Don't mind me cutting up carrots and onions into it.
As long as Mark keeps his wits about him and doesn't fall for the extremely obvious lies, he would likely escape this confrontation without ending up in a YouTuber's stew. Markiplier is somewhat familiar with the layout of the SCP Foundation containment site, thanks to the gameplay of Containment Breach. But what if, after freeing himself from one anomalous nightmare, he stumbled into another one altogether? What if months after his inexplicable teleportation into the containment site, after life was starting to get back to normal, he was in the market for a brand new gaming chair? And what if he decided to prioritize convenience and Scandinavian furniture engineering in his selection process? And what if, on top of all of that, he had a craving for some Swedish meatballs consumed in a public food court? Why, all of those factors might just lead him to Ikea. And while there are hundreds of Ikeas around the country, it's not impossible that he might just pick the wrong one and find himself lost inside of SCP-3008. Markiplier is a fairly observant guy, so it likely wouldn't take him long to notice that something is a bit off inside of this particular retail store. There wouldn't be any other shoppers around him, the aisles would go on forever, and the employees inside wouldn't have faces. That last one would probably be the biggest giveaway. Unfortunately, once someone is inside the infinite Ikea, it's pretty unlikely that they will ever leave. He would give it a noble effort to be sure, exploring his surroundings and finding the best places to hide from the Ikea staff when the lights go out. If his phone is fully charged, he might even be the first person to live stream from the depths of this anomalous furniture outlet and spread the word to his fans about the existence of SCP-3008. But sadly, that stream would probably wind up being his last, unless he somehow figured out a way to recreate his YouTube setup inside of his strange new home. If he did though, that would be pretty cool, almost cool enough to make up for the fact that he would never see any of his friends or family ever again. Fortunately for everyone involved, it's highly unlikely that Markiplier will end up interacting with any SCP anomalies without the safe barrier of a computer monitor in between them. But just in case reality ever bends in on itself and worlds begin to collide, hopefully Mark will remember everything he's learned. And to anyone who's ever told you otherwise, see, playing video games can help you in the real world. It might even save your life. Hello and welcome, one and all, to Wonder Vision. No, not that one, although we can understand the confusion. This is no superhero sitcom, though. This is the latest innovation from our dear friend, Dr. Wondertainment. Tell me, have you ever wondered who would win in a fight between, let's say, Superman and Goku? Is that pairing a little too by the numbers? Okay, how about something more like this? Godzilla vs. SCP-5514, aka the Dragon Slayer, a giant mech suit designed by the SCP Foundation for the sole purpose of taking on giant city-destroying creatures
like the old king of the monsters himself. Now that's more like it. And scenarios just like that are exactly what we're here for. Friends, we've all spent so much time pondering the what-ifs, but as much as it would be a fun use of our time, we can't all spend our days daydreaming. Luckily though, Dr. Wondertainment has just the thing we need. How does he do it? Introducing his latest and perhaps his most ingenious creation yet, Wonder Vision. Through the miracle of the good doctor's patented and highly secret technology, you can now experience the outcomes of any fictitious situation you can possibly think up, and all from the comfort of your own home. Why waste hours daydreaming? Let Wonder Vision do all the imagining so you don't have to. So are you ready to take it for a spin? Oh, of course. There are so many possibilities, so many scenarios to think up, it can leave you feeling a little bit spoiled for choice, can't it? Tell you what, start with a fight scenario. Those are always good. An old-fashioned one-on-one grudge match. After all, who hasn't wanted to see two things that would never normally face off with each other go toe-to-toe? Here, you input the first fighter, SCP-682, a popular choice. The hard-to-destroy reptile, infamously one of the most fearsome and tenacious anomalies ever encountered by the SCP Foundation. Whoever you're going to be pitting against it definitely has their work cut out for them. Now you could pick another SCP to fight your first candidate, but why not try something different? Really push the boat out. After all, with Wonder Vision, anything is possible. So come on. Introducing your next contender, Deadpool. Ah, a comic book fan, are we? Well, once again, you've hit on an interesting choice. Also known as Wade Wilson, this Canadian mutant from Marvel Comics is not only a master of martial arts and almost every form of combat, but much like your friend SCP-682, he's got a knack for healing even the worst injuries imaginable. This one is going to be close. It also might take a while.
Oh, hey there! What's this, someone's YouTube video? Better watch my swears.
So let's get started with your matchup. Combatants, take your places. It's time for round one.
Combatants? Wait a minute, am I on Battle World right now? No, wait, it's Mojo World, right? Okay, maybe some other world obsessed with one-on-one gladiatoria arena fights? Is this the UFC? Also, another question, what the hell is that big angry-looking lizard?
Here we go. Wonder Vision is now generating every possible outcome. Let's take a look at this scenario. Now we all know that SCP-682 has always been a formidable foe, and one of its attributes that makes it so fearsome is its size. The hard-to-destroy reptile is an unambiguous monster, a large quadrupedal creature spouting two pairs of legs, a tail, and a vaguely crocodilian head, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. But as the old adage goes, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And nobody knows better about using an opponent's size to his advantage than the merc with the mouth.
You can say that again, Mr. Narrator Guy. Hey, do I really have to fight this killer croc over here? Oh, sorry, wrong universe.
On top of that, good old Deadpool is one of the most highly skilled swordsmen in the entire Marvel universe, rivaled only by the likes of Wolverine, Taskmaster, and Blade. It's a pretty well-known fact that those dual katanas of his aren't just for show.
Call it overcompensating, I dare you.
His training and tactics already put our underdog Wade W. Wilson at a little bit of an advantage. But let's not forget SCP-682 is no slouch either. The reptile is known to be pretty fast when it needs to be, fueled by its own sheer hatred for all other forms of life. That's its motivation, the sole driving force behind the creature. It thinks of anything else as an abomination. Whether it be a person or a plant, even other anomalies, every living thing other than itself are unforgivable, unnatural, and disgusting to SCP-682, and it will stop at nothing to kill anything it sees. Of course, that is a little tricky, when the only person nearby is a mutant with a similar penchant for bodily regeneration, as well as a notoriously big mouth. As fast as the hard-to-destroy reptile can be, it is hindered. Its own slightly larger size can make the creature cumbersome. It isn't by much, but it's just enough for our old pal Deadpool to get to work doing what he does best, unsheathing his pair of pristine swords. Wade flies into battle as gung-ho as ever. He lands the first blow, lodging one of his blades in SCP-682's reptilian musculature. The reptile lets out a furious roar, one that would strike fear into anybody else. But Deadpool? Well, he's not exactly the fearful type, more the too insane to back down type. Now, the hard-to-destroy reptile's hide is pretty thick, usually providing it with enough protective layers to defend the creature against more conventional forms of attack. Guns, bombs, knives, or in this case, swords. But the adaptability and resistance of SCP-682 is only matched by Deadpool's resourcefulness, also his reckless and wildly unpredictable nature. But speaking of resourceful, his swords, sometimes known as Bay and Arthur, aren't forged from any ordinary metal. Wily old Wade Wilson has been known to wield katanas made out of carbonadium, a metal that can not only deflect powerful incoming attacks, but the element itself is also able to disrupt the healing factor of certain mutants, like Wolverine. The sharpened carbonadium slices through the scaly leather hide of SCP-682, much to the reptile's disgust and annoyance. It moves to retaliate, swiping at the mutant mercenary with its claws, each as sharp as the blades of Deadpool's weapons. His natural reflexes kick in, slightly enhanced by the process that triggered his mutation and his rigorous special ops training. Deadpool blocks the oncoming attack by crossing both swords above his head, but the force behind SCP-682's blow staggers him. You see, he might be slightly faster than the life-hating lizard thanks to his smaller size, but Deadpool simply doesn't possess the same muscle mass and bodily strength as a gigantic monster. But he can still hold his own.
Hey, watch the cheeky double entendre there, Mr. Narrator. God, this gecko's jacked.
Deploying a spin maneuver, guiding the heavy limb of SCP-682 over his head, Deadpool uses his katanas like a pair of giant carbonadium scissors, a move that would make Abel proud. He cleaves off one of the monster's arms, slicing through the thick hide into muscle and bone beneath, causing the creature to lose its footing, tumbling forward over itself. Using the beast's fall to his advantage, Deadpool leaps onto SCP-682's back. Raising his two swords, he plunges the blades into the crocodilian head of the monster, each one stabbing directly through its skull. Sprays of blood, brains, and viscera spew from the wound. Not that you can tell from the state of Deadpool's suit. That's why he wears red after all.
You joke, but do you have any idea how hard this is going to be to wash out? I'm talking Tide Pen, seltzer water, and lemon, I swear, if any of these stains set in.
Unfortunately, Deadpool does have a penchant for getting distracted, partly fighting back out of aggression and possibly partly due to finding the motor-mouthed mutant to be a bit of a nuisance. SCP-682 quickly rolls over onto its back. Startled by the sudden movement, Deadpool loses his balance and falls to the ground, quickly followed by the weight of a giant, hard-to-destroy reptile. Like we said, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Pinned under the beast, Wade reaches for B, trying to use the sword as a makeshift crutch to pull himself free.
Hey, I'm down, but not out. Let me in, coach. I'll bite his scaly ankles off.
Back on his 2 feet, and finding himself facing an enemy back on 4, Deadpool opts for a more scorched earth approach. It's time for Scenario 2. Few people know this about our dear friend Mr. Wilson, but he actually has more than a few tricks up his blood-stained sleeves, or rather in his magic satchel. Yes, you heard that right. The equipment bag Deadpool is normally seen wearing has its own extra-normal properties to it. The satchel itself contains a near-infinite pocket dimension, along with the ability to create anything that the user needs. Extra ammo, replacement swords, and an endless supply of stuffed unicorns.
Hey, how'd you know about those?
You name it, and Deadpool can produce it from his bag in a matter of seconds. Again, we really need to get this guy and Abel to hang out sometime, don't we? Say what you will about the speed and ferocity of one of the Foundation's most notorious anomalies, but no reptile has an abundance of extra hardware in its pocket.
You know, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I'm not just doing this because you said I would, or who knows, maybe I am. Hey, Croc, I hope you like pineapple!
With that, Deadpool unleashed a volley of grenades, all pulled from the extra-dimensional satchel and launched straight at SCP-682. The ensuing explosions are deafening, engulfing the hard-to-destroy reptile and the area around it in flames and debris.
Luckily, the writers let me have my bag with me. I honestly don't think I'd stand a fighting chance without it.
Unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, SCP-682 is pretty thick-skinned, able to resist a lot of the explosive punishment Deadpool is dealing out. Conventional weapons, even combustible materials and ordnance, do little to cause the creature any lasting harm, and mainly serve to anger the reptile even further.
Oh, come on, man! What about if I use this?
Pulling a bazooka from his magical satchel,
Deadpool launches the most destructive, expensive, and excessive explosive he can think of, a diamond-tipped, high-velocity, heat-seeking warhead. The missile lets loose, piercing the outer layer of SCP-682's scales and lodging itself deep in its side as the creature turns to deflect the full force of the oncoming ordnance. The reptile roars in pain and aggression to feel the super dense tip of the projectile burrowing into it, through its thick, defensive exterior and into its flesh. You might want to cover your ears for what follows.
Hey, stop addressing the audience, that's my bit! Wait, what was that about covering our ears?
With an almighty boom, the warhead detonates, spewing flame and chunks of charred SCP-682 in every conceivable direction. Smoke fills the space around them as the monstrous creature hisses in contempt, thrashing in pain. Suddenly, a large-scale covered tail whips out of the smoke. Still suffering from a nasty bout of military-grade tinnitus from the blast, Deadpool looks up only too late as a powerful appendage swipes at him, sending the merc with the mouth reeling. SCP-682 is far from dead. As the fumes from the detonation clear, its smoldering wound is already starting to heal. But that gives Deadpool an idea. Reaching into his magic satchel, Wade fishes out another grenade. The moment his gloved hand grabs it, another roar fills the area. The hard-to-destroy reptile begins barreling towards the regenerating mutant in red, bearing its wide maw of sharp teeth.
Well, this is a terrible idea.
Pulling out a fresh grenade, Deadpool charges directly towards the oncoming reptile. Wrenching the pin from the handheld explosive and flicking free the safety handle, he leaps up into the air, aiming to achieve a balletic flip over the head of the angry monster. With its tenacious and loudmouth prey in mid-air above it, SCP-682 lifts its jaws upwards, just as Deadpool turns around to drop the primed grenade into the hard-to-destroy reptile's mouth. This goes about as well as you'd expect. Deadpool is caught right between the large crocodilian jaws of SCP-682. The monstrous anomaly plucks the acrobatic assassin out of the air with ease, but in his hand, he's still got the grenade, and its timer is rapidly ticking down. Another in a series of huge, deafening explosions rips through the head of SCP-682 before the reptile has a chance to swallow Deadpool and his grenade. Thanks in equal parts to the sharp teeth tearing him apart, as well as the blast of his own grenade, there's not much remaining of Deadpool that's still alive.
Nope, I'm fine, really. Just give me a few hours to grow back my, entire body. Actually, could someone come and pick my head up? No? That's okay, I'll just roll, I guess.
Well, technically, Deadpool is still alive thanks to his mutation. Much like his opponent, SCP-682 here, his regenerative healing is so effective, he can continue to function even when the rest of his body, skeleton, nervous system, internal organs, is completely obliterated. Then again, just blowing off the hard-to-destroy reptile's head is only enough to temporarily slow it down. This is the same creature that survived being cut in half by a laser and having its neck snapped repeatedly over 10 hours by SCP-173. So while these two are gradually reconstituting themselves, again, why don't we just chalk this one up to a tie?
A tie? Come on, man. Hey, I'm still, wait for it, ahead of the competition. Anyone?
Rough crowd. Let's just jump ahead a few hours and give these two a chance to heal up. Now, by this point, our old pal Deadpool has used most of his go-to options for a fight, and they're not exactly proving to be all too effective against SCP-682.
Hey, I'm doing my best here.
The hard-to-destroy reptile, on the other hand, is still fresh for a fight, as extensively healing itself rarely tires the creature out. Combine that with the rage that just won't be quelled, and a opponent who isn't just another form of life, but another living being who also can't be killed without regenerating, and all that adds up to one very angry lizard, and not a lot of other options for Deadpool.
Other options, huh? Okay, I can think of a few.
With that, Deadpool vanishes. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, he's gone. It's not unprecedented for him, after all he does possess a particular piece of technology that allows him to do this. Deadpool has been known to sometimes wear a teleportation bracelet, a device created by his friend and go-to for gadgets, Weasel. As to exactly where he's gone to, that's anyone's guess. It's a bold strategy, just trying to outrun SCP-682 instead of facing it, but admittedly a little expected from,
ta-da! Okay, I'm back, and I brought new toys.
In an astounding and completely baffling move, Deadpool teleports right back to where he was just standing.
brandishing a golden glove with 6 shining gemstones encrusted in it, the Infinity Gauntlet. Plot armor, much? SCP-682 seems to know what this artifact is, or is at least wary of it, and keeps its distance.
Bet you weren't expecting this. Later, Gator.
Acting with a reckless abandon typical of nobody other than him, Wade snaps his fingers. Historically, only beings of immense power are able to wield the Infinity Gauntlet and survive. The cosmically powerful metal glove is designed to combine the effects of the 6 Infinity Gems, each one governing a different aspects of existence, namely time, space, reality, power, the mind, and the soul. As Deadpool's fingers click, SCP-682 is wiped from existence, turning into nothing more than a pile of dust floating through the air. Unfortunately for Wade wielding it, the gauntlet's cosmic energy is so uncontainable that it is channeled back at him, almost obliterating him entirely.
Worth it though. Let's see Brolin top that.
To make matters worse, SCP-682 isn't down for long. While Deadpool's own healing factor is struggling to restore him, the hard-to-destroy reptile is rapidly reconstituting itself, knitting its physical form back into existence on a cellular level, fueled by sheer hatred and willpower. Rummaging through the small collection of objects he brought back with him when he returned, Deadpool slips on a metal helmet onto his head. This is no ordinary helmet, though. It's Cerberus, a powerful device used by Professor Charles Xavier, a powerful psychic that uses the helmet to amplify his powers and find fellow mutants. Although what Wade had planned for it is anyone's guess.
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. I'm technically brain dead, so I figured I could use this doohickey to connect my mind to the big nasty lizard over there. Then I can project my own brain death into him and finally put an end to this wild ride.
While it is indeed an interesting plan, there are unfortunately some pitfalls of Deadpool's latest tactic, one being that only incredibly powerful psychics like Professor X, Jean Grey, or Emma Frost can even attempt to connect their mind to Cerebro. The other snare in the plan is, that's not how Cerebro works at all. It's for tracking mutants, not projecting someone's consciousness into the mind of another.
Oh, come on. I've been fighting this lizard with you semi-sarcastically chastising me all afternoon. Cut me a break here. All I have left is this little whatchamacallit that I stole from that stretchy Poindexter.
With SCP-682 once again bearing down on him, Deadpool aimlessly fires the weapon. Unbeknownst to him, the device he's currently holding is the Ultimate Nullifier, the most devastating weapon in the entire universe. The blast from the Nullifier envelops SCP-682, completely and utterly eliminating it, violating the very law of conservation of mass.
Hey, what do you know? It worked! Say, can I go now? Wow, this thing is getting hot. Ooh, look, a penny!
One downside of using the Ultimate Nullifier is that it can often backfire, completely destroying the person wielding it too, especially if their mind isn't strong enough, or if they lose focus. And well, sadly, Deadpool has a knack for getting distracted. While the Nullifier continues to obliterate both its target, SCP-682, and its wielder, Deadpool, its power destroys the entire universe from beginning to end. This power continues until it is the only thing left in existence, only to then collapse back in on itself. The Ultimate Nullifier ends up paradoxically nullifying its own effect, ultimately then recreating the entire universe in the blink of an eye, including Deadpool and SCP-682. So, we guess that's another tie.
Oh, come on!
When you work for the SCP Foundation, you need to be ready for anything. That's why, as part of the Elite Foundation training regimen, senior researchers and guards are always running tests, even against things that aren't recorded anomalies under the auspices of the Foundation. That's why today, for a real change of pace here at SCP Explained, we're not talking about the SCP Foundation. We're talking about made-up monster stories crowdsourced over the internet. We're seeing how the Foundation might fare against iconic creepypasta monsters and maniacs like Herobrine, Jeff the Killer, the Slenderman, Eyeless Jack, Smile Dog, and many, many more. We've even created all new mobile task forces to take each one down. So could any of them best the Foundation's best and brightest? Let's take a look and find out. And be sure to tell us which is your favorite creepypasta entity down in the comments below. Let's get creepy. Jeff the Killer. First up, we've got everyone's favorite disfigured, knife-wielding, homicidal teenager. Whether it's his terrifying visage or the iconic go-to-sleep catchphrase that's forever carved into your mind, there are probably a lot of people out there who have lost nights of sleep worrying that this pale-faced monster could be crawling through their window. But we know what you're probably wondering. Isn't Jeff just a serial killer? Why would the SCP Foundation use up its time chasing down any old regular human murderer? We'd ask for you to think again. Jeff has displayed feats that clearly mark him as anomalous. Despite suffering debilitating burns to his face and body, he still shows superhuman strength, agility, and durability. He's also able to see without eyelids, suggesting some supernatural element is at play. Victims have also reported him dodging shotgun blasts while stalking prey. So, how would the Foundation catch him? Seeing as Jeff's modus operandi is breaking into the homes of his victims while they sleep, the best method would be staking out a neighborhood where he's been shown to be active, keeping close observations on houses, and even setting up personnel from Mobile Task Force Sigma-9, my name is Jeff, in vacant houses as honey traps. Jeff is undeniably strong, fast, and tough, but if attacked and surrounded by operatives with superior tactics, he could be subdued without casualties. Then it would just be a matter of transferring him to a standard high-security humanoid containment cell. Speaking of horrifying creatures that come to you in the dead of night, the Rake. This supernatural entity has been around for almost 1,000 years, as far as scattered reports are aware. It's also been reported across 4 continents and a huge number of locations within those continents, though most recently it's been reported in rural New York State and Idaho in the early 2000s. The Rake is an inhuman beast, most often known for its large, frightening eyes and its long, rake-like claws. Not only does the monster feed on human beings, but it also produces a traumatic level of fear in its victims. Thankfully, an entity like this is far more familiar territory for the SCP Foundation. Using their state-of-the-art web crawler software, they could catalog reported sightings as they happen, and use clusters of these sightings to triangulate the location of the Rake and dispatch field agents to perform reconnaissance missions. From there, it would just be a matter of waiting to strike and sending in Mobile Task Force Zeta-13 Rake Steppers, fitted with Dr. Dan's scramble goggles to prevent them from being affected by the seemingly cognito-hazardous effects of viewing the Rake. When the creature is placed in containment and kept in a state of perpetual bright light, it would simply be a matter of applying a Scranton reality anchor to prevent the creature from somehow phasing out of containment. Just make sure you avoid its big, staring eyes in the meantime. Though that won't be a problem with the next creepypasta monster, Eyeless Jack. This stealthy creature has its no eyes on one thing and one thing only: your kidneys. And unless you want to die or spend the rest of your life on a dialysis machine, we recommend you keep your distance from him. He's discreet, devious, and diabolical. And if you wake up in the middle of the night to see him staring down at you, it may be the last time your body is able to filter toxins out of its blood naturally. Thankfully, we have a way to make the Foundation put a stop to his organ harvesting ways. Sometimes to catch a Jack, you need to use a Jack. There's no way to catch Eyeless Jack without delicious live kidney bait, so we'd recommend sending in someone who has kidneys to spare. Dr. Jack Bright. Bright could be the perfect bait without losing his life, luring Eyeless Jack into a decoy house while Mobile Task Force Gamma 391, Hit the Road Jack, prepares to spring their cunning trap and plunge this unpleasant kidney muncher into a humanoid containment cell forever. But our next creepypasta entity doesn't want your kidneys, it wants your life. Smile Dog. Our next entity seems like a harmless little JPEG to the untrained eye. A little freaky, sure, but nothing to lose your mind over. But we know that there's far more to this grinning husky than meets the eye. If some reports are to be believed, this image may even be connected to the devil himself. If you're unlucky enough to see this image in the world, it may already be too late for you. Those who see it, typically as an email attachment from a mysterious address, spend the last week of their life in a hell of the mind before eventually succumbing to a bleak and mysterious death. It's a classic cognito-hazardous image, And the most frightening part is that it's self-propagating, with one of the only ways to even mildly alleviate the effects seeming to be spreading the word by subjecting another person to this nightmare. That's when we bring in Mobile Task Force Row 19 Naughty Dog, an elite group of hardened military programmers handpicked from the CIA's cyber warfare unit. They use their very particular set of skills to design web crawler software that roots out and takes down Smile Dog images across the web, and hopefully, one day find the origin of this whole thing. The next creature, on the other hand, we've given up on finding the origin of that. The Expressionless. This entity kind of looks like a terrifying store window mannequin, except rather than modeling fast fashion, she prefers to swallow cats whole and murder hospital staff. Oh, and she also calls herself God. Isn't she just so quirky? Her primary abilities seem to be extreme strength and large, sharp teeth that will easily rend through human flesh. Thankfully, not anything the SCP Foundation hasn't dealt with countless times before. Seeing as the only recorded incident involving the Expressionless took place at a hospital in Los Angeles, that would be the most sensible area to stake out. A detail from the creature's original encounter is also telling. It reacted severely to the doctor's attempts to sedate it, implying that chemical sedation is an effective method of incapacitating the beast. That's why every member of Mobile Task Force Kappa 99 ain't no dummy is a sharpshooter with a tranquilizer rifle capable of putting a hippo to sleep with a single shot. She'll probably feel less like a god in her containment cell, but while this monster is expressionless, the next one has one very notable expression: Mr. Widemouth. Compared to some of our other creepypasta contenders, Mr. Widemouth may not look like much, but that, our dear friends, is exactly what this nasty little malefactor wants you to think. He may look like Gizmo's slightly demented cousin, but his intentions are even more sinister than that of your average gremlin. If you're a kid home on a sick day, Mr. Widemouth might strike up a conversation. After gaining your trust, he'll try to lure you to his special place beyond the trees for some fun. But take it from us, all you'll find out there is your doom. This crafty little creep's small stature and manipulative stealth abilities might pose somewhat of a challenge for the SCP Foundation, but that doesn't mean they can't get him with a little intelligence and elbow grease. Mobile Task Force Alpha 18, the Smile Smashers, will follow reports of children disappearing from their isolated homes under mysterious circumstances. Then, using an extra-strength butterfly net straight from the folks at Foundation R and D, they can chase down and capture the nasty little monster. But that won't be the case for this next demonic offering. No, this creepypasta legend is the one that captures you. No End House. In recent years, there's been a spike in interest in so-called extreme haunted houses. If you're not sure what these places are like, basically picture a CIA black site with the occasional plastic skeleton. It's all waterboarding, stress positions, and car batteries. But even those places are nothing compared to the nightmare of No End House. It's a moving, possibly even sentient spatial anomaly hiding in a haunted house attraction. And if you find yourself inside, best believe you're never going to see the outside ever again. Thankfully, Mobile Task Force Delta 35, McCamey's Bane, are on the case. Around Halloween every year, they use web crawlers to detect chatter around No End House events, so they can swoop in and intercept, preventing hapless thrill seekers from being devoured by the house, and providing amnestic treatment for anyone who has too close of a call. Sadly, the Foundation will not be able to provide refunds for those who already paid. Speaking of paying, you'll really pay if you end up in our next creepypasta location of doom. Abandoned by Disney. Mowgli's Kingdom, an abandoned tropical Disney attraction based on the Jungle Book movie, is abandoned for a reason. It's a hotbed for anomalous activity, including freakishly large mutant snakes, reports of ghostly activity, and most prominent of all, a terrifying photo-negative Mickey Mouse that stalks any hapless urban explorers who happen to find their way onto the site. Of course, the Walt Disney Corporation keeps it all hush-hush, and the SCP Foundation is happy to give them a hand on that front. Even if the frightening photo-negative Mickey was removed from the site, it's likely the other may appear and continue haunting the site. And seeing that the site cannot be moved as a whole, the Foundation's best bet is to form a perimeter around the abandoned Disney attraction, preventing anything normal from getting in and anything abnormal from getting out. Mobile Task Force Omega-17, Sons of Shere Khan, are ever vigilant and maintain a strong presence in the surrounding area. But you don't need to go anywhere for this next anomalous terror. If you're a big Nintendo fan, it might be sitting in your house right now. Ben Drowned. This haunted NES cartridge of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask contains the restless spirit of its last owner, a guy named Ben who, well, drowned. If you slot this creepy little gaming experience into your Nintendo Entertainment System, you'll soon find that the soul of Ben is communicating with you directly, telling you about how he died and why his consciousness lingers on, embedded in the code of the game. Thankfully, other than the psychological trauma of experiencing the game, you're unlikely to be actually harmed by playing it. However, Mobile Task Force Beta 51, Gamers Don't Have Rights, are still on the case. They'll try to intercept all cursed copies of the game and administer amnestics to anyone who is unfortunate enough to play it. While it is still undeniably spooky, it does feel like a relief to finally find a safe class anomaly on this list. The same can, sadly, not be said about our next creature, the Goatman. If you're a fan of camping, then this malicious mimic is going to be your worst nightmare. This monster has existed as a fixture of terror in everything from a number of Native American mythologies to iconic 4chan green text posts. You may be thinking, oh, what's so scary about a goat? But this thing is no goat. Aside from the fact that it's the greatest of all time at getting you to crap your cargo shorts in the woods. First, you'll smell blood in the air, and then feel an odd electrical static, like the feeling all around you right before a lightning strike. Then you'll hear noises, strange noises. Something not quite like a voice, like an animal throat straining to form human words. That's when you might notice your group of friends has one more person than you remembered. And the one thing worse than noticing that is not noticing it. Because if you don't, you may end up as the shape-shifting Goatman's latest victim. Mobile Task Force Theta 11 Got Your Goat are constantly on the hunt for this one, but its extreme intelligence and ethereal nature make it a nightmare to track. But forget nightmares to track. It's time for Laughing Jack. This candy-striped clown from hell is a really nasty customer. Definitely do not engage unless you've got a Scranton Reality anchor on hand and you've got a backup from members of Mobile Task Force Iota 40. Put Jack in the box. As a former imaginary friend gone rogue, Laughing Jack is a semi-intangible reality warper of considerable power. He targets his victims with sadistic glee, pulling them into his dark carnival to experience all kinds of nasty tortures. Laughing Jack shows no remorse, giggling while committing every evil act you can imagine. You'll probably only find this clown funny if you're already a depraved serial killer, and his sense of humor is likely to utterly break your mind unless you've been given amnestic treatment from the SCP Foundation. This is an anomaly that would probably get along swimmingly with SCP-106, the Old Man. They could chat over a few drinks one evening and share notes on how to cause the maximum pain to their hapless victims. That being said, few people understand maximum pain more than the next horrifying abomination on our roster, the Russian sleep experiment test subjects. As anyone familiar with the work of GRU Division P will tell you, the Soviets performed some pretty horrific occult activities throughout the 20th century. One of the most disturbing of these was the infamous Russian sleep experiment, wherein a group of unfortunate political prisoners were doused on a classified anomalous gas that robbed them of their ability to sleep. A chemical compound that the scientists hope might increase the productivity of their workers and soldiers by eliminating sleep. Instead, over several terrifying days, the chemical and the sleep deprivation that ensued caused the subjects to instead become demonic monsters. While current accounts of the story suggest that all the subjects were killed, we can't say for sure there weren't more out there, or that the experiment hasn't been repeated. As such, Mobile Task Force Omicron 8, Nighty Night, is constantly on the lookout for freakish skeletal men wandering through the woods, never sleeping, outside the dark forests where Siberian gulags used to be based. Better safe than sorry, right? Though of course, you won't feel safe at all if you've spent your childhood watching scary media, like horror movies or eerie SCP YouTube channels, like and subscribe by the way, or scariest of all, a strange little puppet show called Candle Cove. Feel a little chill go down your spine. Oh yes, you remember this show, don't you? You love seeing all those cute little puppets going on swashbuckling pirate journeys on their adorable boat, the Laughing Stock. Though there was always that villain, wasn't there? You think his name was Jawbone, but that's not what you called him. You called him the Skin Taker, because he always had that long cloak made of tanned human skin. You also remember that one episode that was just all the characters screaming. I mean, how could you possibly forget? And most of all, you remember asking your mom about it, and her telling you that you never actually watched a show called Candle Cove. You just sat around watching static for hours on end. Of course, the SCP Foundation keeps close tabs on everything related to this traumatic childhood memory. Broadcasts of the show are seemingly impossible to contain. All the Foundation can really do is track down people who have seen it and provide amnestic treatment. Though trust us, there are things that will make your childhood far worse than just watching Candle Cove. Like running into this next iconic monster, the Slender Man. This terrifying entity is powerful as he is iconic. A shape-shifting, faceless, tentacled nightmare in a three-piece suit who likes to hide in forests and abandoned buildings, either stealing children away or influencing their minds until they become his proxies. Supernatural servants who do anything their inhuman master asks them to. The Slenderman is one of the most powerful monsters in all of Creepypasta, so the Foundation certainly has their hands full with keeping his tentacles under wraps. All that Mobile Task Force Chi-90 Marble Hornets can do is track sightings and keep children out of the woods when the danger of potential Slenderman encounters arises. Getting him actually contained basically seems out of the question. Whew. After all this, we might need to relax. Maybe grabbing a nice sugar-free soda and playing a session of Minecraft might make us feel better. We'll be safe there, right? Well, probably. Unless we encounter Herobrine. The SCP Foundation, funnily enough, is actually no stranger to anomalies trapped in Minecraft. They've got SCP-4335, a welt in the Crucible, to thank for that. But this Minecraft horror story is a little more personal. Herobrine is a mysterious user with the Minecraft default skin, except with one difference: completely white eyes. This mysterious figure invades different Minecraft servers, acting incredibly strange towards the people who created them. What makes this more than just some random troll? Well, according to legends, Herobrine is the manifestation of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Notch. Naturally, the Foundation doesn't want people running into ghosts on Minecraft, so they dispatch Mobile Task Force Chi-69, blocked and reported, to quarantine any servers where Herobrine is sighted, and spread misinformation that the crafty little entity had never actually existed in the first place. What is the truth of the situation? It's unclear, and that's exactly how the Foundation likes it. So there we have it, folks. How the SCP Foundation would counteract some of the most infamous creepypasta creeps and creatures out there. Which was your favorite? Did we miss any? And would you like to see any of these expanded into a full video in the future? Let us know down in the comments, if you dare. Anyone working at the SCP Foundation will no doubt be familiar with SCP-3008, also known as the Infinite Ikea. For those of you that aren't, it essentially does what it says on the can. Or rather, it's assembled just like it is in the flat pack furniture instructions. While on the outside it appears to be an average, unassuming branch of the affordable Swedish furniture outlet, inside is a different story. crossing the boundary of SCP-3008's automatic doors and venturing a little too deep into its maze-like confines leads to an endless labyrinth of Kullens and Herdals, a dimensionally transcendental area that defies our ordinary human understanding of physical space. Lurking deep within the aisles of the infinite Ikea are SCP-3008-2s, better known as the Staff, a race of misshapen, faceless humanoids with long, freakish arms that prey on anyone that enters once night falls. And yes, there are people inside SCP-3008, trapped souls that have wandered into the wrong Ikea, only to end up missing, sometimes spending months or even years inside, if they ever get out at all. An alert was ringing, filling the air with loud, blaring noise. Every member of Foundation personnel stationed outside the infinite Ikea was rushing about, guards standing at the ready. The storefront of SCP-3008 had been silent for quite a long while, with nothing reported going in or coming out. But the Foundation knew far better than to assume that SCP-3008 didn't have surprises in store for them. Pun fully intended. Hey, don't you dare click off. We know where you live and Red Right Hand are lining up the shot. Anyway, there appeared to be some kind of commotion beyond the doors that quickly slid open just in time for something to be slung through the front entrance. It almost looked as if the Ikea itself had spat something out, like it was so toxic it couldn't endure having to keep it within its confines any longer. Cautiously approaching with their weapons raised, the Foundation's on-site security team moved towards the discarded mess to get a better look at whatever it was. It turned out to be a person, a man in around his late 50s, beaten within an inch of his life. He was wearing some kind of rudimentary circlet or crown around his head, seemingly fashioned by hand out of stationery and other materials scavenged from the paper shop department of the infinite Ikea. Speaking of, the man was wearing an Ikea manager's uniform, with a name tag pinned to his chest that identified him as Chris. Hanging from his neck was an Ikea-branded notepad with a message scrawled on it. But before you find out what that message was, we have another important message for you. One that directly impacts you. Yes, I'm talking directly to you. It comes from the sponsor of today's video, Private Internet Access. We know you've heard a lot of big claims from a lot of different VPN providers, but you absolutely must hear why we've chosen PIA as our personal VPN and why you should do the same. Unlike the SCP Foundation and some of those other VPN services out there, PIA is the world's most transparent VPN provider. They never record or store any user data at all. Don't believe us? Their no-log policy has been proven multiple times in court and was even verified by an independent audit by Deloitte. And they stay transparent so that you don't have to. With PIA's VPN, your IP address is hidden and your connection is encrypted, keeping your digital life protected from the prying eyes of network admins or even a certain mobile task force unit. And they've just launched what is maybe their coolest feature yet. With servers now in all 50 US states, you can look like you're surfing the web from exactly where you want. Need to look like you're checking out that SCP database entry from Indiana? They've got an IP address for you there. Or maybe you're on the West Coast and want to catch the early East Coast premiere of your favorite show and avoid spoilers. Not a problem with Private Internet Access. I could go on and on about all the features I regularly use, but why not try it yourself by going to www.piavpn.com/SCP and get an 82% discount on Private Internet Access. That's just $2.11 a month. Plus get 3 extra months completely for free. Not long before Chris was found in his roughed up state outside the only Ikea that goes on forever, he was working at a different branch, one that was much smaller on the inside. Chris was the manager of the store and widely regarded by his employees to be an awful person. Nobody knew if he had always been that way, or if instilling him in a position of power over other retail workers had somehow caused him to develop a bit of a god complex. Either way, there was little he ever did to invoke much camaraderie with his colleagues. Whenever any of the store's workers were on their breaks, which they usually had to remind Chris were permitted by law and not optional, conversation often turned to their collective poor opinions of their manager. He'd been given the job out of pretty blatant nepotism. It was well known how cozy Chris was with the regional manager of all the Ikea stores in the area. On top of that, Chris had a pretty nasty habit of trying to force his employees to stay behind after their scheduled shifts had finished, while also refusing to pay them for overtime. You see, it was his own mismanagement of the work rota that had left the store understaffed at crucial moments of the day. The solution, you would think, should be obvious: hiring a few more new staff to help with the workload and to start their shifts at times when others were about to clock out for the day. But new employees wouldn't work for free. Their wages would come out of the store's budget, and why would Chris want to take on new workers? As the person in charge of payroll, he could help himself to that money, adding the wages of prospective colleagues as a bonus, on top of his own unjustifiably exorbitant salary. Perhaps the worst part about having Chris as a manager was that he seemed to get away with murder. As long as the store kept making a profit, then the management above him didn't care how badly he treated his employees or flouted the rules for his own gain. But it was those same colleagues who had suffered and been scorned by Chris's behavior who had finally had enough. Retail work is hard. Having to deal with rude and impolite customers on a day-to-day basis, working long hours of uninteresting and repetitive labor, all for a paycheck that only just covered rent. Like we said, it is a hard line of work, and the people in it deserve the utmost respect. But you throw a megalomaniacal manager into the mix, and you've got a ticking time bomb on your hands, one that'll sooner or later explode. It was witnessing Chris blatantly framing a younger member of staff that finally triggered detonation. The kid had only been a student, working at Ikea all through his weekends to make enough money to pay his bills. Chris saw this less experienced employee not as a human being doing his best, but a chance to make a quick buck by breaking the rules. The manager started stealing cash from the register, then blamed it on his young staff member when the losses started to show on the store's monthly financial reports. Seeing that for themselves, the other members of the staff knew that it was the manager's responsibility to empty the registers regularly, so they didn't have too much cash in them in case of a robbery. Given how much they all despised Chris, it didn't take much effort for the entire workforce to organize a walkout halfway through the working day. Outraged, Chris had tried calling any colleagues that were off shift, barking at them to come in and work on their days off. All of them said no. The thing is, when you work in retail, complaints to upper management never seem to go anywhere. Like we said, if the store's making profit, that's all they care about. But seeing such drastic action from the staff of the store he was supposed to be running, the Ikea higher-ups came down on Chris like a hammer. They instructed that he be sent to another Ikea outlet for a whole afternoon to receive some mandatory interpersonal training. Little did anyone realize that this was the last anyone would ever see of him. Not that his old staff was sad to hear that he had disappeared. Arriving at what looked like an ordinary Ikea, Chris parked his car outside. The place seemed deserted, no customers filing in and out of the front doors, the only other vehicles in the parking lot looking like they had just been abandoned by their owners. The manager scoffed to himself. These people running this store were going to teach him how to do his job? Indignantly, he clipped his name tag on and stepped out of his car, marching across the asphalt towards the entrance. The automatic doors gently slid open, shutting smoothly behind Chris as he stepped inside. The whole store was quiet, barely a peep from anywhere. The high ceiling of the Ikea store he so poorly managed carried a lot of noise and made any sound echo throughout the building. The squeaking of shoes against the vinyl floors, the bustle of customers, the electronic beep of cash registers, and the lull, dulled music played over the intercom. But there was none of that here. A deathly silence filled the aisles of flat-pack furniture, display models of hemnesses and tricycles standing as still and foreboding as gravestones. Suddenly, the sound of movement reverberated from between one row of aisles. Chris began marching towards its source, expecting to find an employee who would point him in the direction of the office where his training was supposed to be conducted. Sure enough, within a few steps, Chris spotted a figure in a familiar bright yellow t-shirt and blue pants, the same uniform his Ikea underlings wore at his store.
Excuse me,
he called as he strode towards the employee, shoes clomping against the floor with every step.
You need to tell me where your manager is. I'm from the store across town, here for some pointless training seminar.
Chris hadn't waited until he was close enough to engage in pleasant conversation instead making his demands as he approached. The figure in the Ikea uniform, however, didn't turn to face him.
Hey, I'm talking to you,
Chris shouted.
You deaf or something?
There was a pause, telling Chris that what happened next wasn't in response to what he said, although that didn't make it any less frightening. The figure, who had been hunched over near the floor, suddenly drew itself up to its full height. It towered over Chris. It must have measured close to 7 whole feet. As it turned, the malignant manager saw its face, or that it didn't have one. No eyes, no mouth, nothing but a smooth surface without any discernible features. Its arms were elongated, huge claw-like hands hanging down to the creature's knees. Being a coward, Chris turned and ran immediately. Confrontation was another area his employees had noticed he was sorely lacking in. Whenever faced with a rude and cantankerous customer, Chris would never defend his colleagues or their actions. Instead, he would suck up and brown-nose to customers who were clearly in the wrong, essentially rolling over the minute anyone raised their voice. So now, confronted with a lumbering, faceless entity, his self-preservation instincts were kicked into overdrive, and he raced deeper into the store. Not exactly in the best shape, he slowed to a halt, wheezing as he tried to catch his breath. That was when, looking around, Chris noticed just how long the aisles seemed. He was sure he would still be able to see the front door from here, yet couldn't spot the entrance anywhere from where he was currently standing, panting like a thirsty dog. He looked over his shoulder. There was no sign of the staff member he'd encountered. Little did Chris know that it had lumbered off in the opposite direction the second he had run away from it, hardly paying him any mind, at least while the lights were still on. Unable to find the entrance or even a fire door he couldn't escape through, it didn't take long for the lights inside the infinite Ikea to dim, marking the start of the night cycle. Something about it being darker made the sounds of shuffling even more noticeable. There were more than one of those faceless, uniformed creatures. Trembling, Chris climbed inside a Klepstad, a wardrobe with a sliding door. Barely able to sleep with his knees tucked up under his chin, he spent the entire night inside the cramped, confined space. Every sound of movement from outside brought with it the mental image of one of the staff sliding open the outer door and reaching down to grab him. The whole sleepless while, Chris couldn't help but think about what he could have possibly done to deserve this cruel fate. The next morning, the lights came back on and started to bleed through the seams of the flat-pack wardrobe, waking Chris from what little restless sleep he had gotten. He paused, unsure if he should venture out in case he came across another one of the staff. Suddenly, he heard the sound of voices, muted and muffled by the door of the Klepstad, but definitely real human voices. Had it all been some horrible nightmare? Had he fallen asleep at work and been stuffed into a wardrobe by his ungrateful employees? Oh, now he had them. He would sue every last one of them out of their jobs. Sliding the door open and tumbling out of the Klepstad, Chris found himself flying face down on the store floor, his legs too cramped to move. Just as he tried to will them into moving again, a voice called out to him.
Hey, mister,
It said.
you okay there?
A trio of footsteps raced over to where he was, and before he could get a good look at who they belonged to, hands were pulling Chris up off the floor. He looked at his rescuers, bemused to see other people in this endless void of affordable homeware. They were 2 men and a woman, each in disheveled clothing that looked like they had been wearing the same thing for years.
Easy there, fella.
One of the men spoke. Name's Buster. Which settlement you from?
What do you mean by settlement?
Chris asked, confused.
Looks like we got another newbie.
The woman chuckled dryly.
When'd you get here?
Yesterday, I think, the former manager answered. Time can be a bit screwy in here, the second man chimed in. I'm Nolan. This here is Janine.
You got a name?
Chris. He nodded. You hungry, Chris? The 3 survivors led Chris through the winding expanse of the Ikea without an end, navigating the identical aisles with the expertise of people that had been here long enough to know their way around. In what felt like the tiniest fraction of the time that he had been lost the day before, they brought Chris to the food court. It was bustling with activity, more so than the one at his store, with people patiently lining up to take their fill of food from the Ikea menu. After joining the queue, Buster returned and handed Chris a plate of Swedish meatballs with mashed potato, peas, cream sauce, and lingonberry jam. So pleased to see food again, Chris began to gluttonously devour the whole plate while the others explained some of what was going on here, although he was barely listening. According to Janine, who had been there the longest, The inside of this Ikea was like an endless maze. There was no clear way out, even when retracing steps back the way one first entered. Nolan then weighed in and explained that there were pockets of people who had survived this long inside SCP-3008 by forming their own little communities. Thanks to the sheer amount of space within the store, these settlements were almost the size of small townships, built using whatever furniture, appliances, and other materials the other survivors had been able to scrounge up. "How come you don't run out of food?" Chris interjected. "It replenishes every day, man," Buster replied, gesturing to the food court around them. "Sure, it's not ideal if you aren't a huge fan of Ikea food, but you get used to it. Could be worse, all things considered." "Then what the hell do you all do for money?" the stubborn manager demanded. "Look around you," Janine scoffed. "We don't need it in here. We're cut off from the rest of the world. Stuff like money hardly makes a difference. Can't get us home or keep us fed, so what's the point?" Chris sighed, evidently frustrated at the prospect of living inside an Ikea yet not having the opportunity for monetary gain. "So, who's in charge?" he asked. "Who runs this place?" "Well, no one," Nolan shrugged. "Settlements all work together, help each other out if needed, but we don't have any singular person running things." Hearing that out loud caused a twisted idea to form in Chris's balding head. Asking to be escorted by Buster to the right aisle, he started gathering up what he needed to make a rudimentary crown. "What's that for?" Buster asked, a little concerned about what Chris was planning. "Oh, you wouldn't understand," he replied, not looking up from applying hot glue. "Don't worry, I'll explain it in nice, simple terms when I'm ready." That night, despite being welcomed into the trio's town of lighting with open arms, Chris slipped back to the food court while the other settlers were sleeping. Carefully, he avoided the lurking staff and their drone calls of, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building." Reaching his destination, the malicious manager lay in wait for the next morning, hiding out underneath the counter where the food was served. The next morning, the collected survivors of the infinite Ikea were met with an unfamiliar sight as they approached the food court. All the food had gone. It had still replenished overnight like it usually did, but someone had gathered it up before anyone had a chance to eat. Stood atop the counter with a smug look on his face, Chris made a show of placing his crown over his head. "Morning, everyone," he announced. "From today, things are gonna be a little different around here, but I'm sure we'll be able to work together like one big happy family." Holding the gathered SCP-3008 residents as his literal captive audience, all of them hungry and irritable, Chris outlined what he had determined to be the best system possible for how things should be run inside the Endless Store. "I will keep all the food secure and safe, and we're gonna start rationing it out," he explained. "What for?" a voice shouted from the crowd. "It reappears every night anyway." "Well, here's what we're gonna do. If you just shut up and let me finish," Chris replied calmly, but with a condescending tone of superiority. According to Chris's grand scheme, every day each settlement would be allocated what he deemed to be an acceptable amount of rationed food to feed its population of survivors. Then he made an offer to anyone who was willing to help him. If someone provided their services in collecting the food each morning and distributing the rationed amount, then Chris would allow them to take an extra portion of rations just for themselves. "You see now?" he asked the crowd, oblivious to how many of them were scowling at him. "Anyone that wants to help, they get rewarded with a little bit extra. Call it a bonus." "What if we don't want to help you?" another onlooker called. "Well, that's fine by me," Chris sneered back. "More for those who want it." "I think what they mean is," Janine shouted from the group, "what if we don't want you to implement this ridiculous system at all? What's to stop us from just taking the food we need every morning like we did before you showed up?" "Typical," he tutted. "How lazy. You just want the privilege of having more. Then you should work to earn it. And as for your silly little notion of just taking, I'm gonna be here every morning. I'll get to decide who eats and who doesn't, and how much they deserve. And if anyone wants to take more than they deserve without offering their help in return, then they'll get half of the rations they would get, and so will their settlement. So, with those queries out of the way, allow me to introduce myself as your new store manager." When they recovered Chris's body outside of the entrance to SCP-3008, the Foundation had no way of knowing exactly who had beaten him up so badly. The other survivors inside the infinite Ikea might have done it themselves, while overthrowing his short-lived stint as manager. Or they might have decided not to lower themselves to that level, and instead shunned him from entering their settlements, leaving him to fend for himself. With the staff around every corner and their history of turning aggressive towards humans come nightfall, Chris's chances of survival were slim. The only real clue was the note that had been found with him, which read, "You can have him back." We don't want him.
It is certainly not unheard of for a young girl to wake up in the middle of the night, looking for a glass of water. It is somewhat more exceptional when this late-night water run results in many, many deaths. Unless, of course, you're dealing with a very special young girl. SCP-053, also known as, well, the young girl. She possesses the innate ability to inspire delusions, paranoia, and eventually homicidal rage in anyone who spends too long around her, which, as you can probably imagine, makes it hard to live a normal life. One night, the young girl woke up to something incredibly strange. The door of her cell, typically tightly sealed, was wide open, and a strange flashing red light was shining in through the hallway. The sound of a distant alarm is what had woken her up. What the young girl didn't know was that the site confining her had just experienced a mass containment breach as a result of a major electrical malfunction. Some of the most terrifying creatures imaginable were roaming the halls in search of violence and carnage. But when the young girl got up and wandered out of her bedroom, she only wanted a glass of water to quench her midnight thirst. She wandered down a long, plain hallway, washed intermittently and read by the red flashing emergency lights. She rubbed the sleep out of her eyes and yawned. All this strange commotion. Maybe she's just having a bad dream. But what seems like a bad dream to her is a bona fide living nightmare for everyone around her. A few halls over, security personnel were being devoured alive by SCP-682. SCP-106, the old man, had just dragged a senior researcher into his pocket dimension to do unspeakable things to him. And a group of terrified admin staff are being lured out by what they think is a group of mobile task force operatives, but is actually a pack of hungry SCP-939 imitating their voices. Still, the young girl persisted in her quest for a refreshing drink, even as security personnel began to fan out through the building, hoping to get control over this rapidly devolving situation. A group of 5 armed security officers ran into the hallway and attempted to intercept the young girl, but the high stress they were feeling was only accelerated by the effects of the young girl's anomalous powers. They started to feel bugs crawling all over their skin. They started to get the sense that their fellow security officers weren't even people, but monsters wearing human skin suits. Their paranoia soon evolved into a blistering rage. Each of the men pulled out their guns and began firing at each other until only one was left standing, wounded but alive. With all the others dead, the object of his rage now became the young girl herself. He understood then that it was all her doing, that she'd made him do this. She was a monstrous little creature who took pleasure in twisting the minds of human beings into terrible forms. In reality, the young girl had no such feelings. Her powers were passive. She had no control over them. She even suffered from some kind of strange mental block that left her completely unaware that her powers were even taking effect. She was, in a sense, completely innocent. As the security officer pointed his gun at the young girl as she began walking into a nearby break room, he experienced her secondary anomalous effect. Anyone who attempts to hurt her will immediately die from either a heart attack or a stroke. The security officer suddenly felt an intense pain, sharp and brutal, exploding in his chest. He collapsed, dead before he even hit the ground, and the young girl had no idea. She couldn't if she tried. In the break room, the young girl found exactly what she was looking for. A classic office water cooler, complete with a stack of plastic cups. Perfect. She carefully took one of the cups and pulled down the lever on the cooler. Watching her cup fill as the tank above the cooler bubbled, she took a sip. Cool, refreshing spring water. Just what the doctor ordered. But the young girl suddenly looked up, shocked to see that the tank above the water cooler was now shaking violently, as though it was going to explode. What was going on here? Had she broken it? She stepped back, dropping the rest of her cup of water to the ground. She felt frightened. That's when a crack formed in the plastic tank, and the water began slithering out. Not dripping or pouring, slithering, as though it had moved with mind and purpose. And that's because in this case, it did. The young girl hadn't just drank any water. She had drunk half a cup of water from SCP-054, the water nymph, a mysterious sentient woman made entirely from water. Much like the young girl, the water nymph is often a misunderstood anomaly, one that has received far more harm from the cruel treatment of the SCP Foundation than she's ever given to another. She's a naturally curious and compassionate creature whose trust has been abused. So when the containment breach alarm started to sound, much like the rest of the Foundation staff, she had tried to hide and find cover, not wanting to fall into the crosshairs of a far more dangerous and hostile anomaly. She had chosen the water cooler in Break Room 3, which seemed like a genius idea until the young girl turned up. After years of being experimented on by Foundation researchers, the water nymph wasn't just about to tolerate more mistreatment. Whatever this strange little creature was who had just consumed some of her body, the water nymph would fight back and make it regret ever thinking that it could take advantage of her. The young girl, who really had just made an innocent mistake, began to panic and run as frightening, slithering tendrils of pure water came slithering after her. As the unfortunate security guard discovered earlier, trying to attack the young girl was typically a one-way ticket to a heart attack or fatal cerebral event. But seeing as the water nymph had neither a heart nor a brain, she was invulnerable, and the young girl was terrified. She ran out of the room, past the bodies of the men who had killed each other due to her influence outside. She wasn't even able to notice them. She kept running, and the water of the water nymph came slithering after her. The water nymph had never been the vengeful type, but after the abuse she'd suffered, she learned the value of putting her liquid foot down. She would not tolerate mistreatment, even from a being this small. The young girl kept running, breathing heavily. Because of the nature of her anomalous abilities, nobody could intervene and help her. Occasionally, she had run into groups of Foundation personnel trying to fight their way through the chaos, only to be anomalously affected and become part of the chaos themselves. They became violent, deranged monsters and started attacking each other, punching and biting. As they fell to the ground in a brawling pile, the young girl had to desperately climb over them as the streak of furious liquid followed her. Meanwhile, across the facility, the vicious, psychopathic old man was hungry for more. His mouth stretched into a wide, sadistic grin, and he continued walking further into the base. He would find new victims. He would feel their fear and drink in their dying screams. Several mobile task forces were dispatched from other nearby containment facilities. They'd likely reach the embattled site within the hour, but how many lives would be lost before then? The death count was already well into the double digits. After all this running, the young girl was getting tired. It was rare that she needed to truly avoid and escape a threat like this, and as such, she wasn't exactly prepared for such a scenario. She found her way into a broom closet and locked herself inside, hiding among mops and brooms. She tried to quiet her breathing, holding a tiny hand over her mouth. Red flashes continued to occasionally illuminate the corners of the door. She breathed in and out, in and out. Was something waiting outside? The young girl gasped as water started bubbling underneath the door. It started looking around her feet, then rising up from the ground. To the young girl, it was astonishing. The water was forming the shape of a woman standing right in front of her. Her lower lip trembled with fear. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Then she gulped dryly and began to speak in a soft little voice. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, I promise, I was just thirsty." The water nymph tilted her head slightly, confused. Did this tiny child really mean this? Was it an honest mistake? After all the terrible things that had been done to her, the water nymph had difficulty trusting humans. But as the young girl started to cry for reasons she couldn't quite understand, the water nymph felt the urge to comfort her. Perhaps she wasn't with the Foundation. Perhaps this girl was just another prisoner. They were allies, not enemies. While the water nymph couldn't speak, as a show of solidarity, she began to transform. She got smaller, herself becoming a little girl made of water, almost mirroring SCP-053. She raised a hand and waved. The young girl giggled, seemingly put at ease. It'd been a long time since she met a new friend around here, and it seemed like the water nymph was ready to change that. Maybe they could escape this place together. The young girl opened the door and the two of them ran out together, passing through an adjacent hallway. The young girl ran while the water nymph slithered formlessly along behind her. They managed to sneak around and avoid detection from the many anomalies and Foundation guards duking it out for supremacy in the chaotic halls of the facility. In a sense, it provided the perfect cover for the unlikely duo to escape this bizarre situation. But they weren't out of the metaphorical woods yet. First, they were cornered by a trio of paranoid guards, all wielding handguns. However, the young girl's nightmarish ambient ability came in handy once more. The three men lost their minds and started killing each other, giving the young girl and the water nymph more time to escape and keep moving, though they were about to encounter the deadliest threat of all. The young girl took point, leading the water nymph down the nearest hallway, when suddenly, SCP-106, the old man, emerged from the wall right in front of her. He had such anomalous malice in him that the young girl's powers was effectively useless against him. He grinned and approached her, his arms extended, ready to ferry her off to the nightmare of his pocket dimension. The young girl had never felt so afraid. Until suddenly, the water nymph slithered in between them, and she assumed her full humanoid form once more, forming a wall between the young girl and the old man. This turned out to be the perfect way to save the young girl's life. SCP-106 has historically found liquid barriers incredibly confusing, and it's been widely considered to be one of the few ways to effectively delay the old man's rampages. Seizing the moment, the young girl turned and ran away. The water nymph had just saved her life. Sadly for them, neither the water nymph nor the young girl escaped that day. The mobile task forces arrived and took control of the facility again, recontaining the various anomalies who had escaped. But even if they never saw each other again, the water nymph and the young girl would forever remember how they helped each other on that incredibly strange day.
Hello again, SCP fans. We've once again sparked up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art supercomputer that takes countless data streams from the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and allows us to simulate potential scenarios that could never normally occur. For example, what if Boba Fett, one of fiction's most iconic galactic bounty hunters, took out the Sarkic menace, that is, the flesh that hates? Well, let's press the button and find out. A long time ago, in a barely explored corner of a galaxy far, far away, the rhythmic blink of bright red emergency lights brought the hunter back to consciousness. Beneath the tinted visor of his helmet, his vision was still blurry from the blow he had taken to the head as his ship had jolted to a stop. Blinking away the haze clouding his eyesight, he focused on the light still flashing up at him from the console in front of the seat he was strapped into. Wait, was he? He lifted a gloved hand to double-check, still secure, buckled in tight. Finally able to see again, the bounty hunter turned to the console, checking the readouts on the circular screens of his ship's cockpit. It didn't take running a quick diagnostic for him to realize his predicament. As durable and heavily armored as his trusty fire spray was, the vessel had taken a pretty nasty hit. He knew he was taking a risk flying through an area of space controlled by the infamous Crimson Dawn. The crime syndicate maintained a fragile alliance with the hunter's slothful, slug-like employer, but after spotting his ship trying to pass through their territory undetected, they had retaliated. Sending a squad of ships after the fire spray and outmaneuvering them hadn't been easy, especially the smaller single-person fighters that could zip around at much faster speeds than the hunter's heavy gunship. But the syndicate had used its fighters as merely a distraction, drawing his attention away from the larger attack ship drawing in from the rear. Receiving a full blast from an ion cannon was bad enough. The energy bolt had struck the hunter's ship, serving a direct hit that slowed his vessel down to a crawl, albeit still intact for now. Ion blasts weren't designed to cause lasting damage to his ship, only to disrupt all electronic systems on board. From his cockpit, the bounty hunter knew exactly why his adversaries had done this. They wanted to capture him alive, and possibly take his fire spray too. He wasn't about to let that happen. The ship had been passed down to him by his father, along with the armor he now wore, that made him instantly recognizable as one of the most feared hunters in the galaxy. But having his ship rendered without navigation systems or control over the engines meant he couldn't steer it clear of the path of an oncoming fighter. The smaller ship moved to swerve out of the way, only too late. It clipped the fire spray's wing, causing the hunter to lurch forward and hit his head as his ship spun out of control, drifting away lost in space. By the time he came back around, he found himself adrift in an unfamiliar, uncharted corner of the galaxy. His ship was still badly damaged, running on a reserve of emergency power that was quickly depleting. The hunter fumbled with the controls, taking a look at the star map on his display. He didn't recognize this quadrant or even the system he was in.
there was one planet looming ahead, a green and blue world with a single neighboring moon. It was then the hunter recognized what the red light had been warning him about. In its damaged state, the fire spray had been caught in the planet's gravitational pull and was now hurtling towards the surface. Holding on tight, bracing himself for impact, Boba Fett prepared for a particularly bumpy landing. The entire ship buckled as it passed through the planet's upper atmosphere, the metalwork creaking as scraps were torn away from the outer hull by extreme G-forces. Boba yanked at the steering columns, barely able to change the course of his ship's descent. The power was still minimal after the ion attack, practically running on fumes. Looking out of the large front viewport, Fett could see streaks of heat as his fire spray plummeted to the surface. He had an idea, a risky move, but it just might work. If it didn't, then his storied career as the galaxy's most infamous bounty hunter might just come to an unremarkable, anticlimactic ending. Pulling at the controls, he repositioned the ship's remaining fin-like wing, the one still mostly operational, and angled the fire spray so that its rear boosters were facing towards the planet, its internal gyro system keeping him sat upright. Still tumbling straight down, now in landing position, all Boba could do was hold tight and pray. Prayers that were answered when the console lit up with an alert. The heat of the re-entry had jump-started the engines, reigniting the gunship's propulsion system, not enough for sustained flight, but adequate to allow the hunter to control his descent and lessen the impact of the rough landing. The fire spray came to a crashing halt in the snow, still mostly intact but too badly damaged to take off. Clambering his way out, Boba Fett examined the wreckage of his ship. It had been in far worse scraps over the years, but every time the fire spray sustained damage, he couldn't help but think of what his father, Jango, would say, or his donor, as some would call him, given that Boba was a pure, unaltered genetic clone of his dad. Turning around, he looked out over the expanse of the frozen region he'd crashed on. The wind carried with it an icy bite. Fett was only shielded from it by the insulated flight suit he wore under his green painted plates of Beskar's steel armor. He lowered the antenna on his Mandalorian helmet, using its viewfinder to survey the horizon. Instantly, his eyes spotted a sign, a worn sheet of metal, half buried in the snow. There was something off about this sign, though, that instantly told Boba he wasn't on Hoth, Ilum, Ortho, Plutonia, or any other ice planet he knew of. He trudged closer to the sign, crossing the frozen tundra alone, the cape over his shoulder whipping in the freezing cold gale. Where there was a sign, there could easily be civilization, maybe even somewhere Fett could get parts to fix his inherited ship. He forced himself not to stop and examine the sign, but couldn't help glancing at it as he passed. Boba couldn't recognize the lettering written on it at all, not the characters that had printed on the metal, nor the word painted over it in red. At first, he thought it might be Albrecht, but the closer he got, he realized it was a language he didn't understand. Continuing on past it, Boba tried to put thoughts of the sign out of his head, unaware that it read Lake Baikal, Siberia, and that someone had painted the Russian word for run over it. It didn't take long for Boba to reach the civilization that he was looking for, or what was left of it anyway. The small fishing town reminded him a little of the city of Mos Espa back on Tatooine, although it looked to have been abandoned for quite some time. The rickety buildings were all constructed out of wooden planks, with a thick coating of frost over almost every surface. As Boba marched further in, a gunslinger walking into a frozen ghost town, there was almost total silence. The cold winds had died down to barely a whisper now. The stranded bounty hunter looked around, finding no signs of anything nearby. No spaceport, no Jawas he could trade with, no townsfolk to ask for directions, no signs of life. Something moved behind him, causing Boba to instinctively whip around to face it, producing his EE-3 carbine blaster with a draw speed rivaled by few of the fastest hands in the galaxy. His weapon was trained on nothing. Whatever had caused the sound was nowhere to be seen. Keeping his gun up and at the ready in one hand, Boba reached for a button on one of his gauntlets. Within his helmet, the pure white of the snow blinked away, replaced by a blue filter, providing him with a heads-up display that highlighted any nearby heat signatures. There was a trail on the ground just a few feet from him. Not tracks, mind you. Just a single streak of warmth left carved through the snow. Cautiously, Boba followed it. The trail curved around a nearby shack, and then disappeared through a hole that had been punched through one of its walls. The wooden planks it was built from were all splintered outwards, as if something large had burst out of it. Inside, the shack had been coated in enough frost to freeze everything solid. Cups and plates at the dinner table looked like they'd been encased in carbonite. Looking around the dark, abandoned interior, Boba barely noticed something slithering down towards him from the ceiling. A windy, fleshy appendage whipped around Boba's arm, locking it tightly in place. He pulled against it with all his strength, but the bounty hunter couldn't free his hand or the blaster he was holding. Turning to see his attacker through the boards of the upper floor, Fett could make out a writhing, massive shadow attached to the long, grotesque appendage that now had him in an arm lock. In all his years of bounty hunting, he'd never seen a species like it. Whatever it was, his Beskar and flight suit were protecting it from feeling its disgusting, slimy grip against his skin. Although he wasn't too keen on being held by this monster for much longer. With his free hand, Boba tried to wrench the tentacle off of him, only to feel it snaking further and tighter around his arm. Bending it in the opposite direction his elbow was meant to bend. Boba grunted, stifling a scream under his helmet as he felt his arm on the verge of snapping. But the pain brought back reminders of his lessons, his training under his various mentors, his father, Aura, even Old Bane. Even with his blaster arm ensnared, a good bounty hunter was never unarmed. Knocking the gauntlet on his free arm against his leg to activate it, he lifted his fist upwards as a streak of flame erupted from the Mandalorian vambrace, setting fire to the wooden floor above. And the creature, which shrieked in pain as it caught a light, relinquishing its grip. Thinking fast and moving at a speed to match, Boba leaped out of the way as the huge monster came crashing through the burning wood planks. Had he not rolled to a safe distance just in time, then it would have landed on him, crushing the bounty hunter under its weight. Back on his feet, Boba spun on his heel and opened fire with his now freed blaster, each blast of the red laser light illuminating the horrific sight of what had attacked him. It was a mass of flesh, distorted and disfigured, like a bloated, coagulated wound given form. It might once have been a person, but now extra legs had sprouted beneath it, arms having melted into slimy blood-red tentacles that were flailing in pain as the creature tried to douse the fire. Boba backed out of the shack's front entrance, still firing his carbine blaster. Its bolts were having little effect on the fleshy, inhuman monster, seeming to only cause it irritation rather than leaving lasting damage. But as the infamous hunter moved his foot behind him, a wooden porch step snapped beneath, causing him to topple over, landing on his back in the snow. His blaster had fallen from his hands as he came crashing down, forcing him to roll over and reach for it. That's when he saw the others. Emerging from the abandoned rural town, a group of nightmarish abominations were slithering out of nearby shacks. They shambled towards Boba, each one of them looking different from the next, but no less stomach-churning in their fleshy, blood-soaked appearances. Some were bipedal, walking on the remnants of two legs, but with their entire upper body fused into a single monstrous mass. Others looked like they had once been small animals, but had been cruelly and unnaturally twisted into amorphous, slimy mutations of their former selves. The horde of beings, a veritable smorgasbord of flesh that hates, were crawling towards Boba. He had spent the earliest parts of his childhood surrounded by cloners on Kamino, alien experts in genetics. Since then, he'd been all over the galaxy and met people of all different species. It wasn't hard for Boba to see what these things, these monsters, were. They were the townsfolk that once lived in this snow-covered place. Or at least, they used to be people. Now, they were horrific. From behind him, the first creature, the one that had drawn him out, re-emerged, still enraged. But as he turned to look at it, making sure he was aware of all threats surrounding him, Boba spotted its skin. The part where he had singed with his flamethrower were still severely burned, practically reduced to a cinder. Fire. That could hurt them. Reaching into the ground to retrieve and stow his blaster, Boba felt something tugging at the weapon, pulling it in the opposite direction. Another of the fleshy monsters, a crawling, spider-like collection of arms and legs with no body or head, had flung an appendage outwards and grabbed the carbine. Trying to pull it back, Boba slipped in the snow and was being dragged towards the writhing monstrosity. A loud bang echoed around the nearby town, punctuated by a bright red light soaring through the sky and gently floating back down towards the ground. The white-hot flare filled the area with a glow, the creatures all momentarily turning their attention to it, sensing its heat. That split second was his one chance. All of Boba's instincts, every lesson Django had taught him, told him to strike first if he wanted to make away alive. He dropped the blaster, leaving it in the creature's grip. He had spares back on the fire spray, but they'd be no good to him if he was dead. Hitting one of the tiny switches on his vambrace, 2 scorching hot flames spat from the exhaust of Boba's jetpack. Immediately, he was lifted up off the ground, hovering just above the roofs of the small wooden structures around him. In that same microsecond, the abominations of flesh turned their collective attention back to their airborne prey. The ones that still had heads or had grown extra disfigured and misshapen growths in the place of a head looked up at Boba. To them, he was merely another vessel for them to infect with the same disease that plagued them. But little did any of them know he was the Boba Fett, the galaxy's deadliest, most famous, Beskar-clad bounty hunter. And a good bounty hunter was never unarmed. Igniting in an instant, the flickering nozzle end of Boba's wrist-mounted flamethrower began spraying superheated fuel over the horde of monstrosities below. Long tongues of orange flame engulfed the writhing, slithering creatures, burning them to a crisp, as Boba Fett rained unrelenting hell down on the flesh that hates. Hovering above them, he had given himself enough high ground to gain an advantage. Ironically, the distance Boba had put between himself and the monsters wasn't dissimilar to the detachment he had for those he had killed or captured for Jabba the Hutt in the past. They had all been people too, just like these twisted masses of flesh had once been human. Putting those thoughts down like he'd been taught to, Boba's attention was focused on blasting any of the fleeing creatures, burning them with enough intensity to leave little behind but charred remains. Except he had forgotten, in his haste, to check behind him. The monster that had first attacked him was making quick work of scaling the nearest single-story shack and flailed one of its appendages at Boba. It caught him in mid-air, plucking him out of the sky and wrenching him back down to the snowy ground once more. Winded, Boba was grasping to catch his breath underneath his helmet. He certainly didn't need to look to know his jetpack had most likely been damaged by his fall. But that was currently the least of his worries. Towering above, looming over him, the repulsive monster looked like it was rearing up to pounce. Boba reached to relight his flamethrower, only for his gauntlet to spark. It had taken a hit on the way down, too. Desperation set in. He lifted his knee and fired 2 darts from the microcannons mounted on his yellow knee pads. The spiked darts became embedded in the fleshy creature's mass, barely phasing it. Loading a wrist rocket, Boba raised his other vambrace to fire, only for the arm he wore on it to be grabbed by one of the other creatures, still burning, half alive. Meanwhile, the one on the roof looked ready to leap. It sprung into the air, ready to come crashing down to kill the feared former bounty hunter. A bright light burst from somewhere nearby. It wasn't another flare. This one was a blinding eruption of pure white. Even through the tinted T-shaped visor of his helmet, it stung Boba's eyes so much that he had to cover his face with his hand. As he peered back, he almost mistook the light gray of the sky for the same light. Looking around, the monster had vanished, those that were left still writhing, their amorphous bodies coated with fire which rapidly spread to the wood of the nearby houses. Keeping his guard up as he always did, Boba climbed to his feet, lifting the gauntlet with a miniature blaster mounted on it to defend himself. He'd seen and even used disintegration weapons in the past, but the bounty hunter had never known anything to make a creature like that monster completely vanish in a single flash. He turned at a sound, not one of the creatures or the gentle crackling of flames, but the gentle crunch of snow under someone's foot. 3 strangers walked slowly up to Boba, not one among them flinching when he lifted his vambrace, standing his ground. Their clothing was patchwork, cobbled together from scraps, but looked similar to the same cloaks worn by the Jedi of old. As the group approached him, the bounty hunter noticed their bodies had also been altered, although not in the same way as the vile, fleshy creatures that now littered the snow around him. Metalwork, mechanized components, and devices of all manner protruded from their uncovered arms and necks. Pieces of machinery, embedded in their skulls in place of their eyes. Boba was no stranger to cyborgs, those who had modified their own bodies with technological augmentations and modifications. One of the 3 was missing an entire hand in its place with what looked like some kind of cannon, still warm from having just fired. The cloaked, mechanized trio looked at Fett with curiosity, as if they were examining, no, admiring, his armor. Just like his damaged ship, Boba's armor belonged to his father, and if these three wanted to take it, they'd have to kill him for it.
I take it that was your flare that distracted them?
He growled beneath his helmet. The frontmost of the group nodded, bowing his head gently, indicating he meant no harm.
Indeed. We saw something. A vessel, we believe, fall from the sky not far from here.
The part man, part machine replied.
Was that your craft, warrior?
Lowering his arm at last, Boba nodded in response.
Don't suppose you know where I can get my ship fixed?
The hunter asked.
We may be able to assist you.
One of the two interjected.
You have machinery. We watched you use it to fight. Are you one of us?
I give my allegiance to no one.
Boba stated as he eyed the speaker. He barely looked older than a teenager.
Who are you people?
Some have called us Mechanites. Others know us as the Church of the Broken God.
The leader spoke up in reply.
Little of that matters now. Not since the flesh overran this place. They spread via skin contact. Only the parts of our bodies we have yet to mechanize are still vulnerable to their infection. I certainly hope none of them touched you, warrior.
Boba took a look over his shoulder at the bodies of the still-burning creatures, glad that his helmet was pressurized, and his flight suit was on tight.
The flesh.
He muttered to himself.
I'm fine.
He declared with certainty.
In that case,
The lead mechanite said,
let's see about fixing your ship, shall we?
SCP-096, the Shy Guy, woke up in an unfamiliar room without a thought in its head. However, one thing quickly occurred to it. This was not its containment chamber. No, the solid steel cube that had kept it locked up for decades now didn't have a front desk or walls covered in strange childlike murals or tinny party music playing over old speakers. Wherever SCP-096 had found itself, it certainly wasn't the place it had come to call home. If it could read, it would have registered the words behind the front desk, painted onto the wall, "BANBAN's Kindergarten, where joy comes alive." Little did 096 know, something really did come to life here at BANBAN's Kindergarten, but it definitely wasn't joy. SCP-096 was typically used to a much more confined space, so presented with so much strange freedom, its natural instinct was to wander around, whimpering quietly to itself. This place was certainly peculiar, with multiple large reinforced doors, each one having a large red button fixed to the wall above them. A strange green creature was painted on the wall, with an affixed speech bubble that read, "Jumbo Josh says, eat fruits and vegetables if you want to be strong like me." Though 096 paid no mind to such things. This place looked like an SCP Foundation containment facility, mixed with an off-brand Chuck E. Cheese, and some tiny part of the Shy Guy's dim and dismal brain wanted to see more of it. What other secrets could it hold? The Shy Guy pressed one of the big red buttons, causing the doors to open underneath it. There was a faint sound of childish laughter somewhere down the distant hall. How had it ever found its way into such a strange place? The deeper the Shy Guy wandered, the more strange murals it saw on the wall. There was one for a large orange cartoon jellyfish with one staring eye, where the speech bubble read, "Stinger Flynn says, having many arms allows me to help a lot of people." Then, a squat blue gorilla-like creature with sharp lower teeth had a speech bubble that read, "Captain Fiddles says, ooga booga, booga ooga." A white feminine cat-like creature had the speech bubble, "Banbalina says, kindness is free, so sprinkle it everywhere." A misshapen pink bird creature had the speech bubble, "Opila Bird says, laughter is the best medicine, so make sure to smile." And of course, most importantly of all, presiding over the creativity room, was a mural of a grinning red creature wearing a pair of party hats on its head like horns. His speech bubble read, "Banban says, sharing is caring. Your pancreas is mine." A whiteboard not far from this mural had the words, "Run for your lives," hastily scrawled onto it. To anyone but the Shy Guy, who had no point of reference, this was clearly not a normal kindergarten. As the Shy Guy passed into the hallway, slowly lumbering along, it suddenly felt an intense spike of burning pain right through its forehead. Rising like a fever pitch, the Shy Guy's subdued whimpers quickly escalated into horrifying wails of animalistic rage. This could only mean one thing. Somewhere, something had made the terrible mistake of gazing at the Shy Guy's face. In fact, not 10 feet away, the unfortunate Opala bird had made that very mistake. It typically peeked out from behind one of the hallway's pillars to get a good look at any potential intruders or new prey wandering into its midst. But this time, the beastly bird's curiosity had taken it from predator to prey itself, though it wouldn't realize this until it was already too late. As the mutant bird creature skittered back into the cavernous hall filled with plastic trees and an underwhelming play area, the Shy Guy came galloping after it on all fours, roaring with fury. The Opala bird was shocked to see the creature giving chase.
This doesn't make sense. I meant to chase you. You're not meant to chase me.
But things are rarely fair when it comes to the Shy Guy, arguably one of the most dangerous Euclid-class creatures ever kept in Foundation containment. The Opala bird flapped desperately towards the boarded-up escape hatch, but the Shy Guy was so much faster. It grabbed hold of the bird, gripping it in its iron clutches, and began to stretch open its bottom jaw with a blood-curdling roar. We'll spare you the details of what happened next, but suffice to say, little more than a handful of feathers were left. After finishing off the Opala bird, the Shy Guy reverted from rage back to pitiful sadness. This place was no better than the SCP Foundation. There were still creatures here to look at its face and drive it into a state of extreme emotional distress. It was horrible. The Shy Guy needed to find a way to hide himself away again, so he decided to tear away the planks covering up the escape hatch and lope down the narrow hall. In there, the Shy Guy actually found something to its liking. 2 platforms, one on either side of the room, with what seemed to be a deep, dark chasm between the two. For most, there was an electrical lift system for carrying them between the platforms, but the Shy Guy had no interest in the platforms. He only sought the darkness below, where nobody could see his face. That would suit him just fine. The Shy Guy jumped over the guardrail and plummeted down below into the dark. Feeling the air against its cold gray skin as it felt wonderful. It dared to think that it might even find solace in this deep, dark place, but as soon as he hit something solid, some kind of metal lift system, alarms went off, and flashing red lights soon made everything down there in the darkness visible. To be exposed like this while it thought it was hidden was the dreaded Shy Guy's worst nightmare. Little did he know, he would soon become the worst nightmare of a number of other beasts. As the Shy Guy crawled off the metal platform, hoping that perhaps it could find another place to hide down here, its hands and feet splashed into shallow water. Had something sprung a leak down here? The Shy Guy began wandering the half-dark as the water of this flooded sub-basement area pooled around him. It had no idea that another creature was already sneaking up behind it, getting ready to strike. Before 096 could even react, several whip-like orange tentacles wrapped around its limbs and began delivering an antagonizing shock through its body. More tentacles came in soon after, wrapping around the Shy Guy's body and face, delivering shock after shock after shock, with its millions of tiny, venomous stinger barbs. For a second it seemed like the surprise attack might actually be able to subdue the monster, but little did the Shy Guy's attacker, the monstrous real Stinger Flynn, know that attacking it was just another way to activate its infamous rage state. The second that Stinger Flynn relented, even just for a moment, the Shy Guy grabbed him by the tentacles and slammed him into the watery floor, again and again and again, until the grip of his tentacles loosened around the Shy Guy's body, and he was defenseless. With Stinger panicked and immobilized, the Shy Guy released the full force of his supernatural fury, striking the demonic jellyfish with his fists until what was left couldn't be distinguished from the water it used to be floating in. Stinger Flynn had been completely annihilated. The Shy Guy once again temporarily returned to a state of calm and wandered out of this watery basement into a nearby hallway, where everything was bright and dry. The walls were painted in garish, childlike drawings of a jungle with janky-looking animals. The Shy Guy paid no mind to any of it. All he wanted was to find somewhere that he could actually be alone, and away from prying eyes of all these freaks. This dream was short-lived, because as soon as the Shy Guy found a new room, a wide-open auditorium filled with inflatable jungle trees, like a crude play area, he was being stalked yet again. a powerful, muscular predator with veins stretching over its bulging muscles and blue skin. It knew that this intruder had already killed 2 of its fellow garden dwellers, but this time, it would put this spindly, pale stranger in its place. The Shy Guy heard something rumbling towards it from behind and turned upon hearing the blood-curdling war cry of Ooga Booga Booga Ooga. It was the gorilla-like Captain Fiddles, with strands of saliva hanging from his tusks. He leaped onto the Shy Guy and began pounding into its hideous face with his huge blue fists. Captain Fiddles would destroy the Shy Guy, pound him into the concrete until he stopped moving. The one thing that Captain Fiddles didn't expect was for the Shy Guy to start fighting back. And he was about to learn the hard truth that the Shy Guy could fight a lot harder than him. The SCP's spindly but immensely powerful arms grabbed Captain Fiddles by the shoulders and threw him into the wall, causing huge cracks to crawl up towards the ceiling. Before Captain Fiddles could even think about wrenching himself free, the Shy Guy leaped to his feet and bounded over to him. The Shy Guy grabbed Captain Fiddles by the ankles and ripped him out of the wall, letting his body drop to the floor and then unleashing hell upon him. Captain Fiddles would have begged for mercy if he wasn't already dead. Before the Shy Guy could even begin to calm down, a trapdoor opened in the floor beneath him, dropping him into a new area, a multicolored maze where 096 was trapped like a helpless rat, with the body count of an atomic bomb. Once again, the Shy Guy didn't need to go looking for trouble, because trouble was already on its way. The pure white, cat-like Banbalina pounced from a sharp corner in the maze, claws bared. She jumped onto the Shy Guy, latching onto him and clawing, trying to scratch his nightmare of a face. If the Shy Guy had ever possessed anything resembling patience, he would have run out long before now. He grabbed Banbalina, shrugging off the pain of her claws and tossing her into the darkness high above. She flew off with a cat-like yell and hit some distant ceiling with a crunch. Suffice to say, she wouldn't be back to bother the Shy Guy again. Tired and angry, the pale abomination didn't feel like wandering through a maze. Instead, it just charged straight through, destroying colorful wall after colorful wall. When it encountered whatever was behind this extremely frustrating afternoon, it would destroy it with extreme prejudice. That was almost certainty. After breaking through one more wall, the Shy Guy tumbled out into a strange room, where a grinning red creature was waiting for him. Wearing 2 party hats on top of his head, this was no mere lackey. It was BANBAN himself, the one behind this nightmarish kindergarten. He stared right into the Shy Guy's face with no fear at all, almost like he knew something that the Shy Guy didn't. And it was true. He had no plan to fight the Shy Guy himself. He'd brought a champion with him. As the Shy Guy started to scream in rage, all the boxes behind BANBAN tumbled out of the way as a huge figure rose. A behemoth at least 50 feet tall, with green skin, giant teeth, and huge, staring eyes. It was Jumbo Josh, and if the Shy Guy wanted to graduate from this nightmare kindergarten, it would need to defeat him and BANBAN. The Shy Guy growled, digging its claws into the ground and preparing to charge forward. Challenge accepted.
Having your ordinary life unceremoniously change forever without a moment's notice is something that people can often find themselves hoping for. Anything to break life's monotony and change circumstances to make them more interesting. Although when that change comes in the form of being trapped in an endless Ikea outlet, it's not exactly the different kind of circumstances that people usually hope for. That was the situation that had befallen Winston not too long ago. What started as a simplistic, straightforward shopping trip with the goal of purchasing some affordable, stylish Swedish furniture had resulted in him having to adopt a completely different lifestyle. You see, Winston was one of the untold number of people to have an encounter with SCP-3008, better known colloquially as the Infinite Ikea. Appearing as an ordinary store, those entering the doors of SCP-3008 find themselves in an unending labyrinth of aisles upon aisles filled with flat-pack homeware. It can be quite the system shock, of course, especially when people that find themselves inside the Infinite Ikea learn there's no way to escape, even by retracing their steps back the way they came. Doing so, they'll only be met with a disheartening realization that the entrance isn't where it was upon their arrival. Now at first, learning that you've lost your entire life and are doomed to spend the rest of your days inside a limitless Ikea is admittedly a lot to take in. Your friends, family, job, all your worldly possessions are now unreachable, and everyone back home might likely spend many years wondering what happened to you. But it's not all bad news. As previously mentioned, Winston wasn't the only one to find himself in this predicament. Over the years, countless people have found their way inside the infinite Ikea. Given how expansive the interior of the never-ending store was, there has never been a way to know for certain exactly how many people have come to reside within SCP-3008, but it's enough to populate the number of small settlements that these survivors have been able to establish inside. By innovatively repurposing the materials around them, these individuals have found themselves to be the new denizens of SCP-3008. Imagine whole towns constructed from chairs and tables that have been used as building materials to provide a place of sanctuary to those that need it when they first arrive in the infinite Ikea. Sure, it takes a pretty big adjustment to this new lifestyle, but luckily, SCP-3008 provides for its inhabitants by automatically replenishing the food within its canteen. Naturally, it only offers items that are on the Ikea menu, but that's at least a consistent source of food and nutrition for those dwelling in its aisles. With food already taken care of, people inside SCP-3008 didn't even need to work. That was the strangest part that Winston found himself having to adapt to when he first got to the settlement of Cookware, named after the nearby sign that hung from the ceiling nearby, denoting one of the many departments of the store. It was odd to him how friendly everyone was, how much the people trapped inside 3008 cut off from the outside world forever seemed happy. There were many who'd been there for the longest that even claimed it was a better sense of life than out there in the real world. Inside the Ikea, there was a strong sense of community. Settlements helped each other out with construction, and because everything was provided for, no one had any need for selfishness or greed. After all, there was plenty of food to go around and money had no relevance. Ironic given they were all living inside a huge furniture store. Witnessing all of that helped Winston adapt to his new life inside SCP-3008 and made him feel a lot better about being in this predicament. The only real thing anyone inside the infinite Ikea had to worry about was the threat of the staff. These were the tall, faceless humanoids with elongated arms and legs that roamed the aisles of the furniture store while wearing distinctive Ikea uniforms. Most of the time, they remained docile, paying the human survivors little attention. That is, until the fluorescent lights above dimmed, signaling the beginning of nighttime. The staff usually became aggressive, repeating the ominous phrase, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building," and attacking anyone they came into contact with. Thanks to their ingenuity, the survivors in the Ikea had constructed barriers around their settlements to keep the staff out. And that did the trick, repelling the faceless employees that come at night. But little did anyone inside SCP-3008 realize that simple barricades wouldn't stop an entirely new threat from entering the store to disrupt their peaceful way of life. For outside the infinite Ikea, something wicked was stirring. Meanwhile, at a facility belonging to the SCP Foundation, a researcher by the name of Corbin Donnell had recently been assigned to SCP-035. Also known as the Possessive Mask, this white porcelain mask could shift between a comedy grin or a tragic frown. It also had the nasty trait of being an evil psychic artifact that could manipulate anyone around it into placing the mask over their face. At that point, SCP-035 would take full control of its wearer, making them into a host for the mask itself. So, would you like to take a guess as to what happened to researcher Donnell? The voice in his head, that persuasive whisper, it wouldn't leave him alone. All day long, it was there, but whenever Corbin was near SCP-035, it got louder, and as the days he was studying the possessive mask went on, the whisper became a shout. The screams to put on the mask were taunting him, keeping him awake at night, tormenting him all through the waking day, until eventually, he'd had enough. Given that SCP-035 produced a corrosive black substance that usually melted anything around it, the mask had to periodically be taken out of its containment case so that the container housing it could be replaced. And it was during one of these transfers that researcher Donnell calmly swept in pushing away the guards taking it out of its melted case before they could place it in a new one. The aggression from the researcher caught the security personnel by surprise, as did what he did next. Not caring what the possessive mask would do to him, Corbin lifted the white porcelain to his face. He wasn't even aware that the containment breach alarms were sounding. All that noise sank into the background as the psychic voice in his head got louder than it ever had before. There wasn't even so much as a split-second awareness from researcher Donnell of the searing pain as the dark sludge oozing from the mask made contact with his skin, melting his face as he wore SCP-035. By that point, it was already too late. The possessive mask had full control. Corbin's body wasn't his own anymore. Although it still moved, walking quickly out of the room and through the halls of the Foundation facility, the researcher beneath was already dead. There was only SCP-035, piloting its newest host to freedom. Of course, while containment breach was still an urgent matter, the Foundation knew that SCP-035's biggest weakness was itself. The black secretion that poured out of the possessive mask would melt anything it came into contact with, and would ultimately cause the body of its host to melt into nothing. Once that happened, it would be far easier to recontain SCP-035. Someone would merely have to pick it up and place it back in the containment case. However, SCP-035 knew this, too. The mask itself was cunning. It hadn't just picked researcher Donnell at random to be its new vehicle. It wanted him specifically because of his previous posting. Before he had worked with SCP-035, Corbin had been stationed to observe any potential changes at the entrance of SCP-3008. As it stayed firmly on the researcher's face, using him to carry itself out of the Foundation's site it had been trapped in, SCP-035 was scouring the remnants of Corbin's mind. It used its innate psychic abilities to plunder the depths of his brain, looking for information. The location of SCP-3008 was right there, stored away safely in researcher Donnell's memories, as was the way to get there. And on top of that, the reason SCP-035 had taken such an interest in making it to the infinite Ikea. During the Foundation's many years of study and exploration of SCP-3008, they came to learn that not all of the survivors inside the infinite Ikea had originated from the same universe. The current theory was that the entrances to this endless furniture store existed simultaneously in multiple realities, meaning that the people now living alongside each other inside SCP-3008 were actually from varying different worlds across the multiverse. Now, if you were incredibly cunning, incredibly clever, and incredibly sick of being held captive by the Foundation, then perhaps you could figure out a way to navigate your way through the infinite Ikea. You could enter through the front door in one universe, and then exit into another. And of course, that was what the possessive mask was planning to do. As it approached the main entrance of SCP-3008, the black sludge leaking out of the mask had almost destroyed what was left of researcher Corbin Donnell. It wiped more of the corrosive secretion onto the guards stationed at the infinite Ikea, melting through them as SCP-035 made its way inside. First things first, the mask knew it had to find itself a new body to pilot before Corbin's expired. And it didn't take long for the possessive mask to happen across an unwitting candidate between the aisles of flat-pack tables. At around the same time this was happening, Winston, having long since gotten used to the rhythm of life inside SCP-3008, was on his way to the food court. He knew the route by heart now, and as he strolled closer, he was pondering over what he'd help himself to today from the menu. But it was while making his way there that he noticed something, or rather, he noticed not something, that he usually did. There were no staff anywhere around. Although they did not pay the survivors any mind during the day, when the lights of the Ikea were on, Winston knew that the staff members were always present. There were usually a couple milling about the aisles he had to pass in order to get from the settlement of cookware to the food hall, but today, there were none. And while this wouldn't usually be any cause for alarm, it kept playing on Winston's mind as he sat down to eat his plate of Swedish meatballs. He'd been inside SCP-3008 for such a long time that he'd become accustomed to the routine of living there, and the absence of the staff immediately stuck out as something that was out of its usual place. Finishing his food, Winston asked around, talking with his fellow residents of the infinite Ikea, asking if any of them had encountered any of the tall, faceless staff members on their way to get their meals. Each and every one of them that he asked, from varying different settlements, all answered the same, that they hadn't spotted any staff all day. As much as they were a minor threat to the human beings living inside the infinite Ikea, the absence of the store's only other residents kept playing on Winston's mind. Whatever was going on, the staff seemingly vanishing couldn't mean anything good, and so he decided to venture out into the aisles to figure out what exactly was going on. What he found was unlike anything anyone had ever seen in SCP-3008 before. It took Winston several long and uneventful hours to catch even a momentary glimpse of a staff member. He almost felt like someone trekking through a forest looking to get a sighting of Bigfoot or some other elusive urban legend. But as the third hour became the fourth, he spotted a hint of movement between the aisles. Following at a safe distance, listening out for the slightest sounds, Winston couldn't help but think he detected the noise of something heavy being dragged along the stone floor. Peeking out from between the aisles, he saw them. A huge group of staff members were all huddled in a display dining room, only there was something different about all of them. They still retained their recognizable tall and humanoid shapes, with long, disproportionate limbs, but there was something smeared over the staff, a dark, oily black substance that seemed to melt through the floor as it dripped off them. From his hiding place, Winston soon saw where that substance had originated from. The thing being dragged across the floor was another staff member, looking more normal than the rest. One of the others, covered in the corrosive sludge, was gripping it by the collar of its Ikea polo shirt and bringing it through the group. Meanwhile, the ordinary creature was thrashing and flailing its lengthy arms around, trying to get free. It was dragged up to a staff member in the middle of the group, which turned and shocked Winston at the strange sight of it. This staff member, evidently the leader, had a face, or rather, it was wearing a mask. SCP-035 was now firmly affixed to the slender, faceless being, its expression locked in a wide grin that seemed to convey a twisted sense of glee. Its black secretion didn't seem to be affecting its new host in the same way it usually did. The body of the staff member it was now piloting didn't seem to dissolve. As the uncorrupted staff creature was presented to the masked leader, SCP-035 compelled its newfound followers to restrain their prisoner. The workers within SCP-3008 didn't have much in the way of their own free will, or even personalities to speak of. They did, however, seem to share some sort of connection to each other, a hive mind of sorts. So presented with a powerful psychic force like the possessive mask, the entity had been able to not only take over one of the staff members as its new host, but spread its influence to the others. And while Winston watched horrified, it unknowingly demonstrated this. The captive staff member was grabbed and held by the others, its long arms and legs pulled apart. The huddled group lifted it up off the floor so that it couldn't free itself and run off into the endless aisles of furniture. Wearing SCP-035, the leader extended an arm, black ooze dripping from it, the droplets burning holes in the floor as it reached towards the faceless head of the restrained staff member. It placed a large hand over the faceless head of the captive. More of the corrosive secretion passed on to the newest addition to SCP-035's growing army. As the black substance spread over the staff member, so did the influence of the possessive mask force its way into another vessel.
I'm telling you, I know what I saw!
Winston protested, after recounting the events to the other settlers back at Cookware.
There's something else out there, something new and dangerous, and it's infecting the staff.
Oh, that's ridiculous,
replied Bryce, one of the survivors who had been there much longer.
I've been here for years and I've never even heard of such a thing.
They yelled.
I saw it with my own eyes,
Winston argued.
It has a small army of them already under its control. Even if what you're saying is true,
someone else chimed in.
What does it matter? We've already got barriers that keep the staff out, and they only attack at night anyways. Surely, even if this mask thing really is in control of them now, who cares?
As if on cue, one of the lookouts at the Cookware settlement started frantically trying to get everyone's attention. They pointed to the ominous glow coming from just beyond the nearby aisles filled with wardrobe frames. An orange flicker was visible, even under the lights of the store which were still on, although blocked a little by thick plumes of black smoke rising up towards the ceiling.
That's lighting,
the lookout said in shocked disbelief. stating the name of another nearby community of survivors that was named after an Ikea store department.
Something must have happened over there.
Bryce declared.
Maybe it's an electrical fire that's gotten out of control.
It's them, Winston said solemnly.
It can't be them.
The older survivor snapped.
The lights are still on. It's still daytime in the store, and the staff never attacked during the day. I don't think the rules are the same anymore.
Frustrated, Winston continued to argue.
There's no telling what that mask did to them. Perhaps.
Bryce was trying desperately to come up with a suggestion, but was clearly grasping at straws.
What if this mask can be reasoned with? If it's more intelligent than the staff, we can negotiate. There must be something it wants. What do you think it wants? It wants this place, this Ikea. And now it has control of enough staff to form a small army. You think it's just gonna stop there? It's coming for all of us. And it won't stop until it's got the whole store under its control. And if it has to wipe us out to do that, well, it looks like it's not hesitating. So what do we do?
A voice called meekly. Winston turned to see the townsfolk of cookware had gathered, all looking up at him with terrified expressions on their faces. He gazed back at each one of them, then looked back over at the smoke now towering over where lighting had been, and was now in flames. Who knew how many of the settlers there were still alive, and how long it would be before SCP-035 and its new army did the same to cookware? Something had to be done.
We need to get the word out,
Winston announced to the other survivors.
I need our fastest to run over to the other towns in the store. You each take one, you pass on the message, and then you come back. You know your way around well enough, so avoid anywhere you'd normally see staff. Even if they haven't been corrupted, we can't chance it. Why don't we tell the other settlements?
Somebody in the crowd called.
You tell them what's going on. You say that something has come here to threaten this Ikea and our way of life. This place isn't where any of us first came from, but it's all our home now. It's provided for us, but now it needs us to defend it,
Winston explained.
And how exactly are we gonna do that?
Bryce asked. The lights had gone out, but although night had fallen, it wasn't dark yet. Standing with their fellow survivors from numerous other settlements, the residents of SCP-3008 had fashioned flaming torches from the legs of Ikea desks and tables. And that wasn't all. They were carrying makeshift weapons. Some had spears crafted using curtain rails with sharp kitchen implements fashioned to the end. Others had wardrobe doors in their hands to act as rudimentary shields. They were hardly warriors, but as an army of corrupted staff members lurched out of the darkness towards them, each survivor of SCP-3008 knew what they had to do. At the front of the army towered the staff member with SCP-035 on its faceless head. The possessive mask's wide grin had shifted, now a long frown, almost one of disgust at the amassed settlers who opposed it. As it raised an elongated arm to command its horde, Winston raised a curtain rail spear into the air.
For Ikea!
He yelled, as the residents of SCP-3008 charged.
Want to own an SCP of your own? Go to scpswag.com for premium anomalous merchandise. Now go check out What If SCP-343 Wore SCP-035 and SCP-173 Surprises SCP-3008 shoppers for more anomalous surprises.